And here's a look at Mohammad Azhar. He's going to begin his round one, and Azhar's been on the tour for the last 2.5 years now. Sorry, my corrections. He's been on tour for the last 3 years, and he'll be hoping to start off to a steady start on the tricky, lengthy hole number one at the Digboi Sam Links.
Azhar had a pretty modest 1 under 71 on the third day after 67 and 69 on the first 2 days, and he begins the final round at 9 under in sole eighth position. And here's the man, big man, who hits the ball a mile, 27 years of age, looking for his first win, has been on the tour since 2018. The man from Ludhiana really packs a lot of power and sends the ball a mile.
Yes, absolutely. Pukraj is a strong boy and has got a lot of firepower behind that extremely fast-paced golf swing. So he'll be looking to march up his mount towards the first title of his career, and unfortunately seems to have lost it to the left side. There's hazards lurking on the left-hand side, and he's hoping that he can recover from that errant shot on the very first hole.
Aditya, yesterday also in the third round, he had a bit of a disappointing start on the bogey, but he did extremely well to recover after that. And he had, something like about 8 birdies and only 2 more bogeys. So he recovered to finish with a 4 under 68 that put him into a tied fifth spot. And I'm sure he must be looking at improving that, if not trying to challenge the leaders.
Yes, absolutely. We saw a lot of resurgence from a very good bunch of players coming in towards the latter half of round three. And for the moment, here's a look at what lies in store for the players. Currently, we're playing the IndianOil Servo Masters at Digboi, and then we move to the big event, which is being hosted by the very big man, Mr. Kapil Dev himself, which is the Grand Thornton Invitational from Gurugram, DLF. It packs a punch of 2 CR for the prize purse, and then the tour moves on to the SSP Invitational, which will be hosted at one of the oldest venues outside the British Isles at the Royal Calcutta. So that'll be a fun track and very fun event to play. Then the tour moves on to the beautiful Pink City in and around Jaipur, which is Jaipur itself. So looking forward for the tour to be traveling to all these destinations before it comes to an screeching halt at the mother of them all, the Tata Steel Tour Championship, which is packing the biggest prize purse on the domestic circuit, which is a whopping 3 CR. So, a lot of tournaments, a lot of world ranking points, and a lot of money to be raked in.
6 crores there on stake in the next 4 tournaments after this. And if you notice, Aditya mentioned the SSP Invitational as a fun event to play. He says to play because he will be among those teeing up at the event. A professional, a former winner of the Feeder Tour, and an extremely knowledgeable person in this game. And I'm very fortunate to have him as my colleague in the commentary box here. So a lot to look forward for him and for the rest of us who are actually enjoying this PGTI tour, which has created an absolutely fantastic passage for many of our players. The winner of the Order of Merit gets a card onto the DP World Tour, and from there, as per the alliances between the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, and the PGTI, the Order of Merit winner of the PGTI gets to the DP World Tour, and the top 10 players not otherwise exempt then get a passage into the PGA Tour itself at the end of each season. So there's a lot for these young men to play for, not just money, but opportunities to get to a higher and higher levels of world golf.
Yes, absolutely. And a close look at the guys who are leading the order of merit is none other than Om Prakash Chauhan, sitting pretty at 84 lakhs and some change. In hot close pursuit are number two and three, which is Sachin at 63 lakhs, Aman Raj at 58 lakhs. So all three of them are leading, are number one, two, and three in this tournament. So there might be a little bit of topsy turvy happening on the order of merit. So watch out, stay tuned for the live action. In close pursuit is the international man of the hour, which is Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh at 42 lakhs. In close pursuit is the youngster Karan Pratap Singh, and pretty much similar namesake is Gaurav Pratap Singh, an old veteran on tour from Noida. He is sitting at 34 lakhs. All of these players will be looking to make amends as Akshay is in seventh position at 32 lakhs in close pursuit to the second international flavor for the season is N. Thanga Raja from Sri Lanka at 28 lakhs. And the man from Chandigarh, Angad Chima, 27 lakhs. And someone who's played fairly little on tour but is still sitting pretty at the 10th position is Hani Basoya at 26 lakhs.
Aditya, the gap between Chauhan and Sachin Basoya seems to be pretty big at 21 lakhs. But that kind of money could actually, be reduced. The gap could be reduced very, very quickly because there is still 6 crores at stake after this week, and of course 80 lakhs this week. So, which means 6.8 crores they're still to be distributed amongst all these players. And with 15% of the prize going to the winner, it is quite possible that some player, say a hot, informed player like, say, Chauhan or Basoya or Aman Raj, makes a dash for the big honors over the last few events and wins a couple of them, and it could change all the standings on the order of merit. So there's still, as I said, and we've been repeating, a lot to play for at the Digboi Golf Links on the final day of the Indian Oil Servo Masters.
Yes, absolutely. The race is going out, down all the way throughout, not from the number one spot, but will be running a close eye on all the players who are in and around the top 60 mark, who are trying to secure their cards and getting their playing privileges, and so to say, have an job opportunity for the next season 2024. What I'm trying to explain is that only the top 60 players of the current season get an direct exemption to the next season. So the race is not only on for being the number one spot, but also to secure your playing privileges for the very grand 2024, what it looks like to be coming up for the next season. So stay tuned, stay glued to your screens as not only the top honors, but in the midst of the middle of the pack, also we might see a few spots being exchanged for what they might call as gunning for their livelihoods.
Talking of livelihood, it can only be a fantastic livelihood, spending your time on lush golf courses like this one and making a good living and trying to see the world. Not just the best courses of India, but also from here, go on to various parts of the world.
Yes, and here's a look at some of the drone shots of the beautiful Digboi golf links. The various different characteristics of this venue pose very legitimate and realistic threats for the players to merely not only just make birdies, but to try and secure their par attempts, as a lot of undulations, a lot of elevation changes are in play. As this is pretty much a golf links in the foothills of the mountains. So not only are you looking at hard running fairways with slopes, you're also looking at serious elevation changes. Throws in a lot of perspective to understand what kind of clubs, what kind of ball flights you're going to choose to play. And some of those players have done that brilliantly. None other than the man who was gunning for the top honors, Aman Raj and Sachin, who had great scores of 6 under par, 3 under par, respectively, will be looking to hunt down Om Prakash Chauhan. Om Prakash, who sits pretty at a two shot clear lead, will be trying to keep all the chasing pack at bay by having a lightning start of his own, like he had yesterday. And here's the first look at the man from Chandigarh, Akshay Sharma. Akshay has had a prolific year this year. He's been knocking very strongly on the door to break through for his third title. Just a matter of time when he breaks through, as he's kept the lead for a few events coming in the back half, be it Vizag or Coimbatore and Hyderabad, respectively. So he's at it this week again, as he is trying to see what ball flight and what line to start off his golf ball at. Well, Akshay hails from Chandigarh Golf Club and has already bagged two titles under his bag. This will be the attempt number X for him, where he's going to try and clinch his third title. And off he goes. He prefers a soft ball flight, which is left to right one. He seems to have done that exactly that. Nothing like a relaxed feeling of seeing your ball flying comfortably down the middle of the fairway on the very first hole, especially when that hole has troubles lurking on either sides. And his playing partner, Sarthak Chibber from Delhi, has got a lot of firepower, but he's still young. He's got a long way to go. He turned pro in 2020, and at 23 years of age, he's doing wonders for himself by putting himself in contentions this early in his career. So let's see what he has to offer.
One thing, Aditya, we were talking about new names who've actually started getting into the winner's circle, and I'm sure Sarthak is one of them who wants to get into there. We've had quite a few. As we move along through the day, we'll also share that kind of information with our viewers. Because it is indeed, very heartening to see that a lot of young, fresh faces are now kind of emerging on the domestic tour, and that really augurs well for Indian golf.
Yes, absolutely true. A lot of young guns flexing their muscles and trying to rub shoulders with the already winners and strong old horses in terms of getting their first win under their belt. Is one of them guys is Kapil Kumar, not so young now anymore. At age 31, he will be looking to also contend and get his breakthrough win done. He's been around quite a few times. Let's hope the flagstick supports him, and he also can mount a serious charge towards the run of the title.
So that's the second group which has teed off. Kapil Kumar is lying sole fourth at 11 under after 70, 66, and 69 over the first 3 days. In a short while, in about 8 to 10 minutes from now, the lead group, the main contenders for the big purse, Om Prakash Chauhan, Aman Raj, and Sachin Basoya, will be at the tee box.
And here's a first look at the very first green of the Digboi golf links. Divyanshu attempting to mark his ball. Seems to have put it very close to the flagstick. I'm presuming that that was his approach shot and not this chip shot. Because if that's a chip around to the flagstick, then he's got a fairly lengthy par attempt coming up.
Aditya, very interesting stat about the first hole yesterday. There were just two players who actually picked up a birdie on the first, and there was a bunch of bogeys and worse. The only two players who picked up a birdie were Jamal Hussain and Irfan Mola. Irfan, I think, is Firoz Ali's son,
Yes, absolutely. Irfan
so
is the
chip on the old block.
young, tall boy from Calcutta. I think he's learning a thing or two from his very flamboyant father, Mr. Firoz Ali Molla.
So only two players picked up a kind of shot on the first hole. So this is indeed a starting hole, which is something that everybody wants to kind of get on with without any major disaster or mishap.
Yes, exactly. It has a trick or two up its sleeve, the first hole, with not only being the first hole of the event, but also being the very first hole with immense amount of trickery, let's to put it that way. And as a cleaning up, I'm presuming that was his par, but now would be the attempt of the young, bashful Pukharat Singh Gill. Pukhraj hails from multiple cities as of right now, as he's found his home base at Greater Noida, where he has settled himself to work and reap the benefits of his hard work, as Greater Noida provides him the ample opportunity as to not only work on his game but work on all other aspects also. It was a bit of a strong attempt to make that ship go in. He's left himself with a sizable 5 footer coming back for
Yeah,
par.
4 to 5 footers, testy ones. I hope he's just struck off memories of the third round when he had a bogey start. I mean, today is something that he could actually kind of with a decent start, he could make a kind of a run for the title. He's just 4 shots behind Om Prakash Chauhan, and we've seen over the past 3 days, especially on the third day, there can be some really swings, quick swings. A birdie for Pukhraj and a bogey for one of the leaders would mean, kind of an immediate jump up the leaderboard.
And there you have the man from Calcutta, Mr. Divyanshu Bajaj, who was looking to get on quick and fast so that he can mount a contention charge towards his very first title. Quite surprising that victory has eluded this man because he is a prolific ball striker and a very good player, as he's shown on quite a few times. But as they say, golf is very similar to life. It is not always kind and sweet. Sometimes it tests you and makes you battle hardened, and there is nothing short of being battle hardened for a guy who's knocked so many times around the door, which is in terms of Divyanshu Bajaj.
He's been trending pretty well this week. I mean, he opened with a modest 72 on the first day and then continued with 69 and 67. So hopefully, if that trend continues and there's another improvement, Divyanshu Bajaj could actually be, somewhere close to contention by the end of the afternoon. A crucial par putt for Pokraj.
Yes, absolutely. He won't want to have start his round with a wrong footing, but should be very fairly easy for him after seeing the break for Divyanshu's putt, and very nicely done. He holds it down the middle. So a bit of a sign of relief if I was him, seeing that very first putt, sizable very first putt on the very first hole of the crucial round four of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. And here's the look at the electric Mr. Aman Raj from Patna. Aman's not left any stone unturned for his gains in his professional career. He's moved his base from Patna to Gurugram so that he can give himself ample opportunities and can provide himself with winning opportunities, which rightly so he's done already this year in Ahmedabad and Hyderabad, both the venues where he's been numero uno and clinched the winning titles. Won't be surprised if he gives a real strong push towards the title. And that's a brilliant tee shot on the second hole. Very, very good angle and a very simplistic birdie putt left for Mohammad Azhar on hole number two. Hole number two possesses its own threats. It's a relatively short par three, but roughly about 157 yards. But the danger which lurks it is that the green's guarded on bunkers on both sides, and a very tall overhanging tree forces you to move the ball a little left to right. And what's lurking on the right hand side of the green is out of bounds. So, not a shot for the faint hearted, and tremendously well executed by Azhar to give himself a very short birdie look at the very second hole.
Both Divyanshu Bajaj and Pukhraj Gill, did drop a shot on the first hole, and something that they would really like to get over quickly. Pukhraj actually sent his tee shot way left, and of course saved himself more damage by getting that testy 5 footer for a bogey. And Divyanshu Bajaj kind of saw the putt slip by ever so closely on the tricky first green. So a drop shot for both of them, while Azhar actually kind of came through unscathed.
Yes, absolutely. And someone who's made very strong headway in the beginning of his round is Vikrant Chopra. Vikrant is already three under par for his first three holes with birdies on hole number one and eagle on the tricky yet short par four, hole number three. So he's trending in a very strong direction towards a very good spot, which, after being three under, marks him inside the top 10 at tight ninth position.
Vikrant is an experienced player, has been around for a long time, and he knows a thing or two about the various golf courses around India. And, he could be a dark horse. I mean, of course, the gap is still pretty huge, but as they say, you never know what can happen on the final day, especially on the back nine of a golf tournament.
Yes, absolutely. And here's the very first look at the leader group as Sachin has already teed off, and we have Aman Raj getting up for the very first tee shot of the day. Aman, hailing from Patna Golf Course, has already picked up two titles under his belt. Aman, at age 26, turned professional at in the year 2016.
Even though he turned professional in 16, I mean, as kind of he started flowering and actually coming into his own only in the last 2 or 3 seasons. Of course, all these players had a big setback during COVID when action was pretty limited. Practice facilities were not as kind of easily available to all of them. But I think the world over, all the golfers did a great job by coping with that. And of course, golf was one of the first sports also to kind of open up in a big manner because of the open spaces that it offered and relative safety that was there in on the golf courses. Here's Anand Raj, perfect position, still right at the end, and off he goes.
Yes, Aman Raj got enough length to take on this lengthy par 4, which stands at 448 yards, to take it on with a 3 wood.
Even though he's not as big built or say tall or something like Pukhraj, but Aman also packs in a lot of power, sends the ball, a long distance. I think all Aditya, the benefits of some excellent equipment that is available now.
Yes, absolutely. We'll just circle back to that. Here is the big man, Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan, the tournament leader, the order of merit leader, and the man everybody's trying to gun down. He's two shots clear of everybody. And a warm welcome to all the viewers who are joining us. We are underway as the leaders have unleashed themselves and are up and running on the very first hole of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. Yeah, so circling back to Aman Raj and the lens which is newly found is, I guess, it's partly equipment and a lot of hard work behind the scenes. The big move which he made it to settle and give a flurry in his career was moving to Gurgaon. He has got a very tedious routine. I know that because we were talking about it, and he was giving me a bit of an insight about the hours he requires to train physically and the effort which he's moved used to make from moving from Patna to all the way staying alone here in the vast enormous city of Gurugram and trying to give him every chance and every opportunity to become a better player. That's coming of age, and he's starting to flourish. There was a
No.
very good attempt from Sarthak on the very first hole. He's left himself with a simplistic tap in power attempt.
You were talking about Aman Raj moving to Gurugram and out of his comfort zone. We often look at the kind of riches or the amount of money that these golfers make, but they also kind of move out of their comfort zone, get into new places just because that helps their game. So I think there is a lot of mental strength that is required apart from the hard work that they put in. So that needs to be appreciated a lot. And we see here that Divyanshu Bajaj.
Divyachu's come a little bit shorter than he would have preferred with his birdie attempt on hole number two.
I think the speed of the greens is also something that has taken the golfers by surprise. Now, here, look at it on live feed one. Om Prakash Chauhan actually played for a little more pace, but the ball kind of stopped and veered away just a wee bit, stopping short by, say, about 6 to 8 inches. So, I mean, this is something that the early morning always has a bit of the kind of, something that they can need to get used to it, to get used to the speeds which are there. There is the early morning. I don't think there's any dew there, but there is still a little bit of an early morning, kind of environment there, so which they need to get used to.
Yes, absolutely. Green's a little relatively slower early in the day as the dew is evaporating and as the sun bakes up the surface, they get not only fast, they get very tricky as well. And a smooth putt from Azhar makes his way towards hole number three.
Hazard's been looking a bit confident. I mean, he had a very nice clean putt on the first one for a par also, and the second one also he moved away pretty smartly. So there it is. Uh,
And Akshay has made
Akshay.
good use of his birdie opportunity, which is what I'm presuming, because he drilled that one very comfortably, a smooth walk.
And a confident one at that.
Yes, absolutely.
Sometimes you actually get to know what kind of a score that these golfers have actually kind of, registered at a hole. Their walk, the smile, says quite a few things there.
कभी कभी जिद का होना जरूरी होता है। जिद बाधाओं से आगे बढ़ने की, और वक्त आए तो अपनी ही सीमाओं को पार करने की। रास्ते की हर चुनौती होगी ओवरटेक जब इंजन में होगा सर्वो 40 with 3P टेक, पावर, पिकअप, परफॉर्मेंस। Servo 40, the science of
The number one spot.
Aditya, you were just mentioning about a fast start from Vikrant Chopra just a little while ago. Another young man who's made a very good start to the day has been Karthik Sharma, the left-hander who's had birdies on the first and third. So he's two under, He had a pretty kind of an up and down, a very roller coaster of a third round, and today he seems to be pretty well off. And that's the day that you need to be at your best, the final day of any tournament in golf, and at the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf 2023, Karthik Sharma starting the day at 6 under. He is now 8 under after just 3 holes in the final round.
Yes, absolutely. As we get to see the beautiful pictures Digboi links through the drone shot coverages, you can see the treacherous terrain which awaits the best of the best golfers in our country to see and showcase their skills and improve upon their scoring abilities to a hefty winning title purse.
Back to Akshay.
Well, let's see if they can do better than the previous group where all three Pukhraj and Divyanshu alongside Azhar had brilliant tee shots on this hole. Akshay's done reasonably okay. He's left himself with about 20 footer coming for his birdie, narrowly evading that green side bunker.
Just ahead of them, both Pukhraj and Azhar made up for or rather, Pukhraj made up for his first round bogey with a birdie on the second. And must be especially satisfying because that's when he had dropped a second shot yesterday. So Pukhraj is now even par for the day and 10 under for the tournament, tied still with, or rather, yeah, tied still with Azhar, who had a birdie on the second after a par on the first. So as a good start for him, one birdie in 2 holes. Pukhraj made up for his bogey with a birdie.
Yes, absolutely. Good amends to a slightly errant start for Pukhraj and a very steady, solid start for Azhar. And this is a very, very good tee shot from Sarthak, leaving himself inside 10 feet for birdie on hole number 2. Let's see what Kapil has to say about that beautiful tee shot by Sarthak on the very second hole of the day.
One of the nice things about golf is that a lot happens just when you don't actually kind of look for it. For instance, right now, while we are trying to focus, or rather, while we're following the action of the lead groups, suddenly we see the leaderboard, or kind of showing some life. Let's say the young man from Dharan Golf Club in Nepal, Shukra Bahadur Rai. Suddenly, he is jumping up the leaderboard with an absolutely electric start. Birdie, birdie, birdie on the first 3 holes. And suddenly, Shukra, who had a disappointing third day with a 1 over 73, during which he actually fought over the back nine extremely well with 4 birdies in the last 8 holes. He seems to be carrying on from there with birdies in each of the first 3 holes. And suddenly we see Shukra Bahadur moving up to the tied fourth place, just right at the heels of the lead group. Om Prakash Chauhan, Sachin Basoy, and Aman Raj, who, kind of are hoping that they can keep their nose ahead.
Yes, absolutely. And here's look at Aman Raj with his approach shot. That can't be his approach shot. He must have come way short with his approach shot, but he's made immense by putting his third shot right where it should be, very next to the hole. Should be able to save his par without with that approach. But yes, good once again. Good morning to all the viewers. This is my very prolific and illustrious career where Mr. V. Krishnaswamy joining us in the com box today. Thank you, sir. And I am Aditya Chauhan. We will be joining you and giving you live commentary and giving you updates on what's happening on the scoreboard and in and around with the Professional Golf Tour of India for the season of 2023.
You know, there will actually be pauses in between where you might think that we are not giving you as much information as some may expect. But there's an old saying in television commentary in particular: when you can't add to the picture, it's always good to keep quiet because the action is all there. And our camera persons out there at the Digboi golf links have been doing an absolutely superb job. You see the ball flights, the kind of the drone shots, and all kind of in a perfect kind of camera work. Say, for example, when you see Sachin on the live feed here, and the ball just slips past the right side, and Sachin a bit disappointed, I'm sure, but nevertheless,
Well, if that was his birdie part, it has narrowly evaded the hole. And I, rather than a disappointment, look, I would think it's a sign of relief from because anything happened from that far out distance wise in terms of the very first hole of the day for the tournament. And here's the man who's sitting pretty at top, Om Prakash.
considering how troublesome this first hole has been, a par would always be a fair start. Of course, a birdie is always a bonus. We've had a few birdies today on the first hole. We've had Shukra Bahadur, Vikrant Chopra, Karthik Sharma, all picking up gains on the first hole. But I'm sure Om Prakash Chauhan wants to be steady, no flamboyance, no risks. If he can just stick to his task, he has a two-shot cushion to begin the final day with. I'm sure he's just kind of, hoping for one more trophy to adorn his cabinet and also pick up a sizable check from here. So the check from here would be about 16 lakhs, right? Uh, 80 lakhs,
Uh, just, just,
15% of
just,
that?
just a
No,
little short of that
sorry,
in
12
terms
lakhs.
of
Sorry,
about 12
12 lakhs.
lakhs. Yeah, just about 12 lakhs. Yes, absolutely. That was a very good, strong attempt on the very first hole by Om Prakash. Cozy did just a little ahead of the hole, gave it a realistic look. Unfortunately, didn't find the bottom of the hole. But here is a game within himself is where Aman has to keep his solid start going, and he does very rightly so with that very good third shot. Left him with a very makeable par attempt.
We were just talking about money, Aditya. I mean, 12 lakhs, around 12 lakhs for the winner. And if Om Prakash picks up that check, he'd be pretty close to making 1 CR this year, which would be a record in itself.
Yes, absolutely. He's he's definitely going to raise the bar by making the highest money by being the very highest, most money making person. Even if it becomes Om Prakash or let's suppose it's Sachin or Aman Raj, either of them will break all records which have been holding up for the Professional Golf Tour of India, courtesy the amp in what we see in the totality of the price purses vis-a-vis every week. It's a great opportunity, great time to be a professional golfer, or if you're a youngster thinking of considering being a professional golfer, these are the years where you need to start making headway and give yourself the opportunity to make it as a career option.
Aditya, around the world, there is a very kind of an apt phrase for golfers who are very consistent, like say Om Prakash Chauhan is. For example, on the PGA Tour, even though he doesn't win as often as many of the others, but he's regularly around the top 10, top 15, is Matt Kuchar. So, there is a nickname for him. He's called as the ATM, Anytime Machine. He constantly keeps making money, and Om Prakash Chauhan seems to be following that mold. He is never too far away from the top 10. In fact, this season, last, I think, 5 or 6 events, he's been in the top 10. I think in the last 7 starts, his worst has been at tied 11th. So you can imagine how his bankers must be so happy with him. There's a nice check coming in every now and then.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at the vast, dense flora of the magnificent Digboi links. Very first look at the signature hole 16th, the par 3. It poses its realistic challenges as
A
it.
nice signpost out there, Servo Masters, so beautifully, kind of, you can see it so prominently. And why not? 80 lakhs is a price burst for the professionals this week.
Yes, absolutely. The holding of the Indian Oil Server Masters couldn't have been placed at a better location than that on the signature hole, as Indian Oil has been providing constant support to professional golf in our country, and versus it has also imposed a gain of 5 lakhs to the total price purse, and made this event from a 75 lakhs to an 80 lakh rupee event, a very welcome surprise which the players got at the very last moment, which was at the press conference a day before the practice round. So all of the players would be appreciating the amp in the prize money. And Sarthak, after that brilliant tee shot on the very second hole of the day, would be looking to make headway and capitalize on that. And rightly does, sends it
Nice
home.
one.
Great start. An average reaction there is like, okay, that's just what I do randomly, but I can understand that because that he must be practicing day in day out to achieve such feats. And now here's a look at Akshay. Akshay has also hit a good a good tee shot on the hole, and would also have a good running look at birdie. Now, Indian Oil Servo Master holds a very special place in the professional golf tour of India, as it's the longest running event on the circuit.
The northeast part of India has some absolutely stunning courses, small but beautiful golf courses nestled between tea estates, and the Digboi golf links is actually the probably the best known and one of the oldest championship courses in northeast of India, and it is so picturesque. It's a golfer's delight. The course is one of its kind in terms of ambience, as it is situated along the lush tea estates and thick forests. The historic course is bordered by the Dane Forest Reserve on three sides and the magnificent Patkai range of mountains on the fourth one. Past 72 with a yardage of just under 6,400 yards. It could also be, kind of it's a magnificent layout, but also a very challenging one because it's quite tight along the fairway. So you've got to be pretty accurate, or you could be in a lot of trouble.
Yes, absolutely. It poses too many challenges of its own, and Akshay did very well to send that ball home and make a birdie, and made good use of that very beautiful approach shot. And after that very tight approach shot on the very second hole, a very subdued putt by Kapil would be
It
very
actually lipped out, it just lipped and actually stayed out.
I guess it ran out of steam. That's why it trickled off towards the right hand side. Very unfortunate to see such small length birdie putt not making its way home after a very strong tee shot up from Kapil. And the very first look at the another tricky par three, the hole number fourth, where the teeing ground is way higher than where the putting surface is, and Divyanshu Bajaj has done tremendously well to keep it on the dance floor, and is not that far off with his birdie putt. Very tricky green to attack with because it's surrounded with three bunkers, which are front, right, and back edge of the green.
Very interesting. You've got two par threes right at the start of the first four holes. And, many of the golfers actually are always very apprehensive about par threes. You got to make sure that you are on the putting green, or as you call it, the dance floor, to ensure that they don't actually get into any trouble.
Yes, absolutely. I remember standing up on this tee. The object where you need the ball to land, which is the green, looks very, very tiny and very, very,
Well, it looks like very big for Azhar.
very, very difficult to achieve. But Ajar is not giving heed to what I am trying to explain about and make the hole look difficult, as he's hit a prolific tee shot on the hole number four and given himself a realistic look at birdie. Pukhraj would want to follow suit as he himself gave himself a good look and capitalized it on the very second hole, which was also a par three. Yes, absolutely.
Good shout. He's got a good look at the birdie now.
Yeah,
He's
not only has he's got a very good look at birdie, he'll be giving an exact paved path to his playing partner, which is Mohammad Azhar, as Azhar is on the similar lines and a little bit closer. And the man from Patna, Mr. Aman Raj, has given himself a sizable par putt left on the very second hole of the day. I guess that bit of a Aaron tee shot on hole number two, where he's found the sand, posed more challenges than he would have wanted to incur. Would be interesting to know what were the conversations going between these two playing partners and good friends, Sachin and Om Prakash Chauhan, as they are not only gunning to outbeat each other for this title, but are in the most thick of things in terms of the order of merit as well, as Om Prakash and Sachin are number one and two on both ends of the spectrum.
still a bit tentative in terms of their putting. I mean, they're leaving it a bit short. You know, I mean, they often say in golf, if you don't hit it past, you can't get it in. So, you don't leave it short. At least try to get it past the hole. But of course, not always possible to do that, because if it's a downhill, you are leaving yourself, kind of, it could be a risky one coming back.
Yes, absolutely. Similar saying, never up, never in, is a mantra which every professional golfer at least tries to follow so that he gives himself that run, the realistic chance to hole out that putt. Won't be surprised Om Prakash hitting it a little past the hole. Wow, they
Well, he
must
hit it
have.
past and he almost had it, just
Um,
shaved past. Well, that is called precision.
yes, absolutely. Om Prakash gave it a very, very realistic putt. It must have looked so good while it was tracking towards the hole. Somehow narrowly managed to escape the hole, but nonetheless, one of the easiest tap ins for a par and a very strong start to the day.
He has the position of a surgeon, he makes sure that, he is never too far. If it's not a birdie, it's going to be a fairly easy par. So Om Prakash Chauhan stays at 14 under.
And another moment gaining time for or specifically keeping pace with the moment is Aman Raj with his par attempt, and very nicely done. The flat stick is absolutely listening to him. Was a very good and comfortable par save from a sizable distance on the tricky second hole. So, those of you who are joining us, this is the round four coverage of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. And here's a look at some of the replays where the leaders are moving and are up and running on the round four. They've completed hole number two and would be a matter of 16 holes to separate each other and outpip one or the other person to clinch the title of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. That's Divyanshu with his birdie putt on hole number four. It was a beautiful attempt to make birdie. Just somehow missed the hole, and would be a very simple mere par tap in for him, as he rightly does so. Well, these beautiful coverages of round four from the Digboi links, Assam, are courtesy the media giant and the media courtesy the media giant AVP joining hands with Professional Golf Tour of India. Big shout out to big companies such as AVP joining hands with PGTI so that you can sit at the comfort of your homes and enjoy some stellar golf being telecasted live in your home screens. Now, Azhar would have had a brilliant read after a putt which his playing partner Pukrat Singh Gill had made. So, I won't be surprised if he sends this packing home, because not only would have he seen how the ball reacts on the green in terms of speed, but would have had a very fair idea of the break as well. I think that baffling look and expression which he gave to his caddy would have been because the ball broke the absolute other way of which he would have thought. Not very pleased with the ball not finding the hole. The expressions of golfers give away the sentiments which they are trying to express in this way. In this particular hole, it seems that Azhar was not very appreciative of the ball not going home. But nonetheless, young man is take it up on the chin and move on. It's a smooth par for you on hole number four, and realistic opportunity on the rest of the holes for this back nine are up and available to for grabs. As we take a very first look at the hole number six of to the Indian Olympian in the field, Mr. Uddin Mane. Uddin's shot that ball a little ahead of where he would have liked. A non-favorable bounce on hole number six would now mean that he's got a very simplistic up and down, straightforward, flat up and down on to make for his par attempt. As all three members of this group, Dhruv and what it appears to be Karthik Sharma. Karthik has had a fast start to his round. Dhruv, Karthik, and Uddin are already on hole number six. So they're keeping up pace with the pace of play. I guess Mr. Chari would be very happy with that fact.
Udayan had a pretty, what would I say, an adventurous start to the round. Started with a double bogey, gave a bogey, and then had an eagle two on the third. So, what I would say is he's kind of riding a roller coaster. Tell me one thing, Aditya. I mean, you've been, kind of, you are a coach. You play professionally yourself, and You're pretty nattily dressed too most of the time, on the course and off the course. How do professional golfers choose their clothing? Here we see Udayan Mane on the screen with pink pants, and I'm sure he's not going to go to the shopping mall in these, unless of course he's going to a rollicking party in the evening.
Well, the only thing which I can say is that Udhain is only emerged up with his pink trousers to match with those white trousers, white belts and white shoes, because he's got a wide array of trousers when it comes down to setting up in his multifaceted, multicolored attire. But yeah, it's no harm, no foul. You can decide to whatever you wear.
Expression on the golf course, right?
Yeah, that's the last thing which he wants to do right now. He wants this ball to go in, and he's not left himself a simple par putt coming up. But yeah, a lot of bold colors being picked up these days by players. A lot of colorful attires, which not only is being projected by Udyan, but one of your favorite and most handsomely dressed Sachin Basoya. He comes
Oh
out
yeah, I
with,
love his shirts.
yeah, he comes out with some very,
Colorful patterns, huh?
yes, different patterns. It's
You know,
good to see people expressing themselves in terms of their attire. Yeah, of course, why not?
there was a time when golfers, say maybe 20 years ago, 25 years ago, there were very few golfers who actually kind of, were bold enough to wear, kind of flashy colors or flashy hats, etc. But now all that has changed. I mean, they are not afraid of expressing themselves.
Yes, absolutely. Red seems to be the choice of color for most of the players on their scorecards, though, as Sarthak has made a very good run on hole numbers 2 and 3, which he has made birdies upon, and now finds himself at a tied second place with Aman and Sachin. So he's got his electric start, so called, going on. As we see and get the first look at Mr. Sharon from Gurugram, he would be like looking to make amends with a slightly cold putter which he experienced yesterday. Been struggling with his putter, but it's difficult to put a good talented player like him down for a while. And I guess the ball broke a little extra than what he expected. That's what the expression and ideology what he is experiencing and conveying to his caddy seems to be.
You know what? Yesterday, Aditya, you were mentioning that fairly exhaustive list of first-time winners on the PGTI Tour, Tata Steel PGTI Tour for 2023. When you mentioned Sarthik Chibar, I could not help, thinking maybe he will also be joining the list of first-time winners, and that would really be nice. Uh, this season, we've had seven first-time winners on the PGTI. Of course, two of them are international players, not Indian, who won the Hero Indian Open and the challenge presented by KGA. That is Marcel Seam and Hugo Cousin. But apart from that, there have been five Indians who won their first silverware this season. That was Sachin Basoya, of course, the first one. He added another one after that. And then there was Karun Pratap Singh in Chandigarh, Sumit Bishnoi in India Cements in Chennai, Harshit Singh Sethi, a tall, strapping lad in Coimbatore, and Jairaj Singh Sandhu, one in Haryana. So there are five Indians who picked up their first trophy this season, and Sarthak Chibar, I'm sure, is very, very keen to join that list and become the sixth Indian to join the winners' circle.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of young talent and a lot of young players showcasing how good they can be and trying to rub shoulders with the strong, old, already established names in terms of.
Don't call them old, just call them experienced. Soon you will be experienced also.
I've already started considering myself old with seeing these 20 years old, 23 years old coming out guns blazing.
Karthik is a very ambitious young man. I've had the fortune of seeing him, kind of, that was a nice, no frills putt. You know, I mean, he's, since ambitious, wants to do well, works very hard at the DLF. And I think he works with Anithya Chand, the coach, former India player who represented India at the Asian Games. And I saw the Karthik at the Asia Pacific one year. He finished in the top 15. And soon after that, he said, I'm going to turn professional and, kind of make a living for myself, traveling abroad. He loves traveling. And very well spoken guy, a young man, articulate.
Mm, stress upon the clothing apart. I guess after that first win is when we'll see him come out with a more of a flair towards what he wants to do.
Very, very true, Aditya. Because I think for any professional golfer, the landmark, the breakthrough, as they call it, is the first win. And once you know how it is to win, and once you know how it is to hold that winning putt on the 72nd hole, or maybe even the extra holes, then you know how it's done. And then, it just becomes a little wee bit easier. So I think my feeling is like I feel that someone like, say, Pukraj Gill, once he breaks through, then he's going to be pretty solid. Say someone like, say, Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj took a bit of time to win first, and then when he started winning, he just wouldn't stop. So I think that's where it is. You need to get that winning feeling once, and then it starts coming back, or you feed off it.
Yes, yes, it's absolutely true. And here's a look at both Akshay and Pukhraj on screens one and two. Akshay from the green side bunker, and Pukhraj is, I guess, was in the hazard which is running parallel to the fairway on the fifth hole, because other than that, that wouldn't have been possible for him to hit a ball which has come up that short onto the green. So yeah, building upon that very story of getting the first win under your belt, there are not enough leaves which you can leave unturned, and not enough pebbles which you can turn to find where
I
that
like the phrases. Huh?
very first elusive title comes in from. As they say, you can't revise the book enough till the time you're done with your test. So all of these young guys have severe uphill tests coming up, as some can term Om Prakash, Sachin, and Aman Raj, who've already won, setting up the test for rest of the people by posting such prolific red numbers.
So Om Prakash might seem like the daddy of them all. He's approaching double digits in terms of victories and trophies in his cabinet. Um, and many of the others, like are hovering around 2 and 3 and more. So I think it's a very youngish, field, a very youngish, kind of lot on the Indian tour. Of course, we've got a whole bunch of more experienced people playing on the higher levels in both Asia and Europe. So I think this is the lot that is going to go next out into the big bad world, trying to kind of, ply their trade and make the best. So, and nothing like the PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI tour with such massive purses. And I just can't still, kind of get over it that Om Prakash Chauhan is so close to getting to 1 crore of prize money. Believe me, Aditya, I've been around in golf for a long time. I never actually thought 15, 20 years ago that an Indian professional golfer would make 1 crore of rupees as his earnings from a single season. And Om Prakash Chauhan is pretty close to it.
Yes, absolutely. There is no element of doubt for that. the barrier of 1 CR in terms of prize money will be shot through the roof, as the guy who's going to be the number one spot owner for the 2023 season will definitely go past that, courtesy the big prize purses which are available. And yes, absolutely, it's not an easy feat to achieve. The amount of hard work which goes behind that, behind the closed doors, behind the practice hour sessions, behind those mental sessions, behind those workout ethics routines which you need to keep going for yourselves, is tremendous. And here's a look at a very, very beautiful, strong bunker shot from Azhar on hole number 5. He's left himself with a very small birdie opportunity. And another one of your favorites is making a strong charge back towards where he always belongs, is the ever so young Mr. Rahil Ganji. Rahil, after a horrid start on the hole number 1, after a double bogey, has mounted up 3 birdies and a eagle on hole number 7th, which currently places him at 3 under par for the day and a total of 8 under par. So he's tied 11th with a bunch of players, but it's a very strong comeback after a very, very horrifying start to the day. And here's the power packed Pukhraj. Pukhraj's got a very severe uphill task to save his putt on hole number 5. And we
He
should
listened
believe.
to you, Aditya.
Yeah, these youngsters have a mind of their own, and I don't think they seem to think anything as a challenge in their livelihood. Very, very calm approach towards that part, and a very, I would call a subdued reaction towards that length of a par putt to be made upon.
I think the confidence is coming back. I mean, he's been playing well. As I was earlier saying, guys like Pukhraj, they need that one push, and after that, that the sense of apprehension, when you're close or when you're contending, and once you get over the line, then you know that it is possible to do it more often. And I think that is the kind of he is already a very confident young man. I mean, he's done so well for himself, and I think once he crosses that line, believe me, I am so confident that he is going to be difficult to stop after that.
Yes, absolutely. And I've had the good fortunes of having a lot of conversations with Pokraj, always attuned towards making himself a better player. I remember the last flight which we took together, he was rambling about so much of golf equipment that some of this information was brand new subjects for me to talk upon.
One person who's, oh well, there it goes. Divyanshu must be finally happy after seeing a couple of putts slip past. There's a huge amount of satisfaction to see one of them drop. We were talking about Pukhraj discussing equipment with you. I really am not sure about this. There was, or there is, Gurbaz Man, who was another guy, tall, strapping, used to hit the ball a mile. Again, as I said, many of these youngsters, well, Gurbaz is not really young as compared to these people, but he used to talk so much about equipment, technique, gym, etc. Sometimes I'm reminded of Gurbaz when I see Pukhraj.
That is true. Pukhraj also uses, if I'm not wrong, the support of Gurbaz Singh Man in terms of capitalizing and gaining some advantages technology wise. But yeah, I mean, if somebody would have to ask me, I would put the caliber and the personality of Mr. Gurbaz Singh Mann in the early 15-20s of teenagers category when it comes down to being piping red hot in terms of playing and
And full of energy.
full of energy. And it's good to see him give so much advice and pretty much mentorship to the youngsters who are coming up in Chandigarh. The Gurbaz is always available. I have firsthand seen him give impart knowledge to a lot of young players. A lot of the youngsters just walk into his fitting center with queries, complaints, and bask upon his vast knowledge to utilize it to their benefits. And Gurbaz being Gurbaz, the ever so helpful, he is been in and around and has been supported a lot of players with all the knowledge he has.
He traveled a bit with Shubhankar also, when Shubhankar made those massive waves, at the WGC, when he finished in the top 10 after leading for 2 or 3 days. Gurbaz there was with him on the back, and I remember seeing him there. I mean, he's so passionate, and he is ever so willing to share his knowledge, as you just confirmed. So I think that is the good thing, is that there is now different generations of golfers sharing their knowledge, acumen, and skill, and whatever they've learned in terms of equipment, in terms of experience. And I think it's like us, they say, giving it back to the game by passing on knowledge to the next generation.
Yeah, truly. I don't think this information is up and around enough, but Gurbaz has been mentoring in his own ways a lot of youngsters.
Yes.
Currently, he's been traveling with our superstar Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. They were in Spain.
Wow.
Yeah, Yuvraj was
I'm
had
so happy. I didn't know that. Thank you so much.
he had called upon the services of the very intelligent, electric Gurbaz Singh Mann.
That's the advantage. Gurbaz has traveled. Gurbaz has played at a pretty decent level. He spent a few years in America, and so I think it is good and smart of many of these youngsters to use that bank of knowledge. And talking of bank of knowledge, I mean, there's the replay of Pukrat's excellent putt. He says, "All right." I mean, it's not really kind of it's a confident walk there.
Yes, absolutely. All these players are using all the services of not only players but technology to use and benefit and make their careers ever so illustratively better and get going faster than some of their seniors would have. And a look at the current top five is almost the same, other than Sarthak breaking into a tie at
Now
tied
we see
third.
Sachin Basoya reducing the gap from 2 to 1. So it's becoming tighter.
Truly. Om Prakash Chauhan sitting pretty at 14 under par. Sachin making headway in his own sense towards 13 under par. One shot separates the two. Sarthak, Aman, and the heroics of yesterday's fallen hero, Mr. Sukra Bahadur Rai, have seen them at 11 and 12 under par, respectively.
You were talking about one of my favorites, Rahul Ganji. He's again showing those fighting abilities. Double bogey start, then he's birdied the third, and then he's gone on a tear. He eagled the seventh, birdied the eighth and the ninth, and he's now turned in 3 under. So after a fairly disastrous start, rallied once again so well. That's what I'm saying. He say guys like Rahil. I mean, he's been through all ups and downs in his career, and now he's trying to fight his way back. And I'm sure he's got his eyes on the senior tour also, because he knows that he can actually push it a lot. With Jeev there at the senior tour, and Arjun and Jyoti, all stalwarts of the PGTI and the erstwhile domestic tours in India. I think we're going to see a lot of it. And I also hear that there's going to be a Legends Tour event next year in India. So all these not so young golfers, of around my generation, they're going to be back in action.
Yes, absolutely. Golf around globally is making serious headways, and A very big shout out to all those brands, all those players who are making all the efforts to make that happen. And here's a look at the chip shot on hole number 4 for Aman Raj. Aman Raj has hit it a little further than he would have appreciated for his par attempt to be left, but his flat stick is working tremendously well, so that should not be an issue. A lot of players started the round way before the leaders had teed off, and I'm very proud, glad, and aesthetically pleased to announce that my roommates on tour is doing very well. He's fired up a 4 under par for his first stretch of 6 holes. Gaurav Pratap Singh, Gaurav, who recently won the Noida tournament in this current season, is currently placed sixth on the order of merit. So yes, just like somebody not as similar to Rahel's career, but yes, Gaurav is also pretty much on the similar paths of somewhat seniors. They you can call them now, making headway back and regaining
I
form.
need to apologize to Rahil, because I think I made a very erroneous reference to him as coming close to 50. He is only 45. He's still got some way to go. But the man who was born on the same day as Mahatma Gandhi, Rahil Ganji, is someone that who I'm sure has got his eyes on 4 or 5 years from now. Get it right to shape. He's physically very fit and highly energetic, sometimes very boisterous, but an absolutely fantastic company to have.
Yeah, that is true. The Mr. Rahil Gaji has got a few similarities to the father of our nation in terms of being funny and jovial. Yeah, I remember walking into a gym and seeing somebody sitting on a Bosu ball, which is a tremendously difficult feat to achieve. And not only was he sitting around there, he was jumping around on it. So that, I really wanted to know who the guy is. And as it turns out to be, it was Rahil trying to maneuver his body weight on that Bosu ball. A very, very difficult feat to achieve.
And he has this amazing ability, Rahil, to be able to take a joke on himself. Much as he cracks jokes, much as he takes the mickey out of others, he is also capable of, when somebody jokes, he can handle it, and kind of he retorts very well. So I think there's so much of life around Rahil.
Yeah, if I'm actually glad that he took on professional golf as a career because had he not done that, I wouldn't be surprised to see him as a stand-up comedian.
You know what? His ambition, he once told me, was to be a jockey. He
Wow,
wanted to be a jockey, and he ended up being a golfer. So I mean, I always joke with him, with your height, you would have been an excellent jockey because jockeys are supposed to be short and compact.
short, compact, and strong. So enough of Ryle. Let's see what's happening on the professional golf tour of India circuit with the live feeds 1 and 2, where Kapil and Sachin have got their eyes set on their respective putts. Kapil on the fifth hole has that left for his par attempt. Sends that ball packing to his desired destination, and Sachin would be looking to do that so as well. Nice cleanup work for Sarthak on hole number 5. Om Prakash, after a very solid start to his first 3 holes, on hole number 4 has this left up, which is a very small par putt. He sends it home, and the leaders are done with their first 4 holes. With 15 more to go, we have a single shot separating the leaders, Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin Basoya. Well, all these beautiful live coverages won't be possible without the support of media giants in terms of AVP joining hands with Professional Golf Tour of India. So, a big shout out to them for coming on board and giving us these beautiful coverages at all the different venues in and around your cities. Have a look at the calendars for when the tour is traveling towards your city. And a big shout out to the tour partners, Tata Steel, Vedika Himalaya Spring Water, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India. These are the big brands which make headways for, in terms of not only money but in terms of helping out getting the show on the road for all these young professionals to make it as a livelihood, a career option, and an actual option in the denomination of our country where the economy is still booming up. And big shout out to these brands for supporting professional golf. It's always fun to watch all these players, even when it's not their opportunity to hit the shot, always trying to get some kind of a practice stroke or a practice swing going upon, as we just saw. While it's the honors with Mr. Devyanshu Bajaj, Azhar on the right hand side of the corner was trying to perfect his practice stroke by making a few leisure swings of his own. Divyanshu gave it a realistic look, sent it past the hole, but unfortunately underborrowed the break. Just a little bit distracted, Azhar, with something in the background. Very easy to get distracted if there is some kind of non-natural movements happening around there. Such as the nature of this sport, you need all eyes, all focus, and all attentiveness. The levels of being alert cannot be enough, as they say. As Azhar has come up a little short on his attempt towards his birdie, is what I'm presuming. Well, while we are getting you live coverage of the round four of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023, you can always log on to the different portals where you can send in your in questions of for queries or words of encouragement for to support your favorite players. There are different hashtags for that. You can log on to the handles which are available in terms of Professional Golf Tour of India on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and the AVP Live networks. We will try and see if we can help and convey your messages or answer your queries based out on them. So stay tuned and keep a close eye on how the hands are changing. How the hands are changing at the top, or who's making a run for the numero uno spot for the 2023 Indian Oil Servo Masters. As both men in black, Akshay and Azhar, sorry, Akshay and Divyanshu size up their putts. Live feed one has Divyanshu cleaning up on hole number 6 for his par attempt versus live feed 2 has Ajay still trying to figure out the tricky undulations on the rather small green of hole number 5. It's a small green, but still has two different tiers on it. But Akshay is on the absolute correct tiers. I think he overpowered that putt with a lot of speed and took out the break than he would have liked to.
Doesn't want to mess up this. It's a pretty small putt.
Yeah, Akshay has a unique style of his putting. Unlike rest of the players, likes to come pretty much as parallel to the putting surface in terms of bending down a little more or extra in terms with the rest of the players. I remember Michelle V on the WGI tour, sorry, the ladies PGA tour do that, which used to come absolutely parallel to the surface of the putting green. I think she was one of the pioneers to start off that.
And on the men's tour, the PGA, Camilo Villegas used to do the same thing, the Spider Man.
Camilo could do pretty much anything with his level of fitness. He could. I wouldn't be surprised if he could get so low as to the blades of the grass on the greens when he can
But an
put that
absolute
spider pose on.
a terrific guy. He recently won after a very long time on the PGA Tour. He lost his daughter a little while ago, a few months back, I think about a year ago or so. So he went through a very, very difficult period. And to see him to come back on the PGA Tour was indeed very heartening.
Yes, that's a very tragic news to hear. Heartfelt condolences to the entire family. But yeah, I was also noticing how Camilo was playing. He looked like a man on a mission, and the very first look on Camilo after so many years, the only thing which had changed was a bit of gray on his beard. Rest, he looked as strong as you know he pretty much looks like a man who's been sculpted out of clay. I mean, 0 ounce of fat, tremendous shape, and great speeds on the golf swings. Be it whatever the age might be, he didn't look any different than what he looked in his heydays.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state of the art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Oh, that was a strong charge from that far out. Nonetheless, must have looked decent while it was approaching. Roughly about 3 feet left for his par attempt.
Yes, Uday and Mane sizing up the putt, trying to be as careful and as the kind of he doesn't want to mess up here now. Often, when players are so apprehensive and tentative, they tend to either kind of leave it short or just see the ball slide past. I think the confident or the best way probably, okay, is to kind of, ride on the momentum, ride, on your confidence and just get the job done. I think sometimes when you take too long, it actually goes against you. and not just in terms of scoring, but also the chief referees and all the officials are also keeping an eye on you. So I think that wasn't a very a pleasant one for Udayan. I thought that was unmakeable, but he just kind of left it too short. And now Karthik, after those first two birdies on this first and third, has kind of been dry now. Cleans it up. No doubts left there.
Yes, absolutely. As would Dhruv would be wanting to clear out his par attempt on the eighth hole. Yeah, never up, never in is a very strong saying, and we can't emphasize upon more on it as it makes absolute sense. What we just saw, Karthik going way past the hole than he would have liked, but in retrospect, he gave himself a realistic chance of holding that part out versus Udyan's part, which never had the legs to reach up to the hole. Had it been on the most immaculate line, would have never found the bottom of the hole as it would have run out of steam. So I remember playing a tournament. I think we were playing in KGA where I was playing with the superstar Ashok Kumar, and he was having a rough day, so to say, that his birdies were not falling on that day. So he had only one line to say after missing any of his putts. You are a professional, Ashok. How can you make a mistake of reading the correct line and holding some of the putts? Meaning to say that sometimes a wrong read, if it has the gas, can make you take that advantage where the ball has the opportunity to find the bottom of the hole. So always, for anybody who's a youngster thinking of converting this into a career, always hit your putts past the hole.
Here is Aman Raj. He's had a drop shot on the fourth. So he's dropped down the leaderboard a little bit. He is into tied fifth as Sarthak Chibber and Kapil Kumar are in tied third, while Sachin Basoya is once again, you know, in his second place.
Yes, absolutely. A rather mellow start with our leaders in terms of Sachin making a solitary birdie of his own, and on the counter of it, Aman Raj dropping a shot on hole number four. The man who's might appear putting up a leisure walk is Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan, but don't take it lightly because he is all focused in with a very solid start, if it can be termed as that, with three straight pars on hole number 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's not dropped a shot. He's just ready and pretty much a moment or two when he can pounce upon his playing partners.
One of the things that players like Om Prakash Chauhan, he's much in the mold of Mukesh Kumar, they do is keep picking up those pars on the tougher holes and then try and make gains on the par five. You remember yesterday on the third day when Om Prakash actually picked up an eagle, and that's when he started putting some distance between himself and the rest. And I think he's probably got his eyes again on those par five on the seventh and the ninth, where he could pick up some gains. That's what I would say is smart golf, as many of the top players say. They're always about, say, four par fives in a round. If you can get birdies on at least three of them and then pick up another bonus birdie here and there, you are there with four under or three under. And if you can do that all 4 days, or at least 3 of the 4 days, then you're pretty much in the frame, in the mix, and in contention.
Yes, absolutely, that is true. The stretch of holes 5 to 11 is where you can project a lot of fluctuations happening, as 5 hole number 5, 6, and 8 are short par fours, which give very realistic looks at birdie, and throw in 3 par fives in between those stretch of holes on hole number 7, 9, and 11th. You can have a lot of undulations in terms of the lead either being changed or being stretched tremendously in terms of how the players set themselves up on this particular target.
No, Om Prakash has been pretty smart in his play. He actually picked up birdies on the 7th, 9th, and 11th on all the par fives, and then he actually eagled the par five 15. So he was actually 5 under for the 4 par fives on the third round, and I think that's the difference. He's actually managed a lot of birdies on those par fives. I mean, not letting go of the opportunities. Yesterday, Sachin Soya also did a pretty good job. I mean, he kind of picked up a birdie on 7th and an eagle on 9th and had another birdie on 11th. So, you have to make use of those par fives. And if you can't, then, you're leaving yourself a lot of work to do on the par fours, which can often be tricky, and par threes are always, kind of, I mean, not so easy to pick birdies unless you are so precise.
Yes, that is absolutely true. Here's a look at hole number 6, where somehow that ball is evading that hole for Akshay. That was a beautiful putt, but narrowly lipped out at the very last second. So, very important discussions being lurking around on the internet, which is, can Om Prakash Chauhan break Manu Gandas? Last season, Manu Gandas's highest money making streak ever for the professional golf tour of India. I think Prakash, with his season which he's already had, is very close. And if the things surmount and stay the way they are, Prakash would have put all questions of doubt at bay, at rest, as he would today itself can go past Manu's last year's earnings.
So true, but also just remember one thing, that, Om Prakash Chauhan's tally or his earnings have also been boosted by the win at the Challenge Tour event. I mean, he won the first Challenge Tour event, which happened in India after more than five, I think, a huge gap. And I think it was 2013 or 2015 when it was last held. And when it was held last year, or rather earlier this year in Bangalore, he won that and he picked up nearly 40 lakhs, 39 lakhs, 84,000. So I think that's made a big, huge difference. Now, whereas last year when Manu and Yuvraj were kind of dominating the tour, they won 6 and 5 events, 11 between the two of them. We did not have a challenge tour. So, the return of challenge tour has also been a massive boost for the Tata Steel PGTI the tour, as also for the players.
Yes, the collaboration of Professional Golf Tour of India with the DP World Tour has not only brought in the money, but opportunities and world ranking points. So, as they say, make hay while the sun shines. This is the time for the players to shine up and collect as much as hay in terms of dollars, rupees is concerned, and make this as a start and a feather in their coins, while collecting not only money but world ranking points, and paving a path for themselves to bigger tours, which are in terms of DP World Tour and the PGA Tour. So the big man sitting at top, Mr. Mandi, you're doing a few things absolutely which the players are appreciating. So stay at course, and we are hoping and praying on the side that the 2024 season and the years to come on are bigger, stronger under your guidance,
and richer.
and richer, absolutely richer. So whatever you're doing, big applause to that, and please stay at a course.
A lovely drone shot of the Digboi golf links. Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf 2023.
Yes, beautiful pictures of the serial track where a lot of greenery is the result of brilliant AQ quality. I think it was 14 day before yesterday, and I saw a projection which said that it'll be 12, and I think it's roughly in that vicinity. I remember whenever we come down to Digboi, and after the week's tenure which we play, move around, travel, and transit back to any of those metropolitan cities, we then try to understand and realize how beautiful conditions we were just playing in, as some of the metropolitan cities these days are not very conducive to be in and around with the pollution levels going so high. So I remember the first time we were around, I saw a car moving around, and could actually feel, you know, that life is very slow and mellow placed over here. A very welcome change when you're in this vicinity. Here's another look at the top five for the round four of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. Om Prakash Chauhan still holding on to the number one spot by a single shot from Sachin Masoya, who's sitting at 13 under par. Kapil and Sarthak both are tied third at 12 under par, and Pukhraj has found himself on 11 under par in a tight spot for fifth.
I'm expecting a lot of action from Om Prakash Chauhan once he gets into that zone between the 7th and the 11th holes, when there are three par fives in a space of 5 holes. I think that will be the time when he'll make this big move. At least I see that, because that's what he's done on the first 3 days.
Yes, absolutely. That ball ended up a little further than anticipated for Karthik, which sometimes does happen. The bounce doesn't favor or is not as fortunate as or fortuned to what the player was expecting. But both Dhruv and Karthik have left themselves with very simple up and downs on a very tricky and bendy par 5 ninth. Ninth is a very approachable, reachable par 5, but you've got to be very, very careful with that tee shot. So, because there is troubles lurking not only left and right of the holes, but also in running in diagonally in terms of one, two, three hazards, if I'm not wrong, if memory serves me right. Dhruv also hitting a little further past than he would have liked. So that means that this baked sun is made sure that the greens are nice and firm and the ball's running up to speeds now.
But then still not finding his mojo. He's given away a lot of shots. I mean, it's not been one of his best weeks. He's not getting the putts to drop. He did pick up an eagle, but then after that, again, he's been fairly dry. And I mean, there are times, when during the season when a player's form kind of, kind of looks like it's kind of flagging off, and it's also been kind of towards the end of the season. I'm sure kind of people are also trying to press the reset button to get ready for the next year. Of course, there are still four more big events with a total purse of six stores still left. And well, then must be thinking, let me get through with this, work on the off season, and see how I can come back and make a strong comeback next season. He's a man who's done extremely well in the past. Won tour championships, won the Order of Merit, been to the Olympics, been to the Asian Games. But I still feel that he has not achieved as much as he actually can.
Yes, absolutely. Only a matter of time to get a horse which is so thoroughbred in terms of our very own Olympian Udyan Mane. A matter of time when he pounces back and is back on the winning ways. But in the meanwhile, we saw a very, very tight approach shot come in from the leader, Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan, on hole number six. So I won't be surprised if there's a bit of a increase in gap in terms of lead. And here's a look at Karthik trying to make amends after that chip shot, which went a little further than anybody would have liked. There's a big turn with that part. I'm hoping Dhruv Sharon took a close look at that and got a good read on that towards what the break poses.
Sachin is touching his back, or is he just trying to kind of loosen up, or I hope there's nothing else more than that. I'm always a bit scared, with these guys. They're actually playing a lot. Hopefully, they're also taking care of themselves, which is very, very important.
I think he's trying to remember one of his favorite Bollywood numbers and trying to twist and turn around to that. He's too young and a strong a guy to worry about a back pain. But fingers crossed, I hope there is nothing serious about that. But it can happen, The tour has been traveling endlessly from tier cities one, two, three, everywhere. As we just at the beginning of the telecast saw the tour been traveling on different venues. So it can be tedious. Players are trying to keep up with the fast-paced tours, and it can have a bit of a habit. We'll be having some very valid inputs coming up from the. We'll be having some valued inputs coming up very soon your way from the media head, Mr. Nikhil Khalan. So we'll give you a heads up when that's happening. Here is a look at Sachin. The caps off. I think the more of a thinking mode is on for Sachin as he attempts to make birdie on hole number six, which has not been the case. But after that prolific approach shot on hole number six, OP would be looking to increase his lead as we are coming close towards the topsy-turvy stretch of holes in terms of par fives, par threes, and relatively shorter par fours in terms of hole number six, five, six, eighth. So let's see who can capitalize and make their way towards the top of the leaderboard, or can Om Prakash run away? Very, very nicely done. Om Prakash, with that birdie putt, stretches his lead from 1 to 2 shots. And Live Feed 2 has a bit of a search party going on. I just hope they do end up finding that ball in the stipulated amount of time, because, according to the new guidelines of the USGA, which is followed to the letter by the Professional Golf Tour of India, is within 3 minutes is what you have to find that golf ball, or it is nightmares for the professional who's unfortunately hit that shot, and he has to go back to the place which he had originally hit that shot from, incur a shots penalty, and re-hit that shot. And Aman Raj making sure that there is no flutter on hole number 6, as he sends the ball to the bottom of the hole on hole number 6. I think they have found the ball. Could be possible that it's Mohammad Azhar whose ball was there. He'll breathe a very big sign of relief, because a lost ball on round 4 can mean disasters of epic magnitudes have hit anybody who's done that. So lucky, and let's hope he makes the most use of it.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Tied third at 12 under par alongside Kapil and Sarthak. Pukhraj Gill has severe competition, not only while he's playing the tournaments, but at home as well, as his brother Digraj is also a professional golfer who's back in the US trying to get some work done on his game so that he can come all guns blazing out. And the youngest golfer in the field was his cousin brother from Canada. So I think golf runs in the veins of all these players. All three would be fighting upon each other. And good to have a healthy rivalry back home also. Each other trying to pip one another out. And yes, there's a confirmation on the birdie by Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan. OP has finally put a red number to his scorecard, which means he's 2 shots clear of Sachin, 3 of the chasing trio of Pukhraj, Kapil, and Sarthak. A man very, very familiar to red numbers and deep red numbers on his scorecard is Mr. Rahil Ganji. Rahil has made birdie on hole number 11, which makes him sit pretty at 4 under par for the day, and a total of 9 under par, tied ninth. Both Vikrant and Rahil are 4 under par respectively for the day and are tied in ninth. Best scorecard right now belongs to Mr. Gaurav Pratap Singh, hailing from Noida at 5 under par for the day. So he's making a strong comeback. He currently finds himself at tied 22nd after those 2 birdies. And here's a look at some of the prestigious bungalows which surround this magnificent golf course. I remember staying in some of them during the course of play of various events. They give you such a feeling of vintage when because these are those old British built bungalows which are two floried, but the entirety of the bungalows have woodworks as flooring, vast open rooms, and a big garden around. So gives you that semi 80s, 1980s movies feeling where you have living in the eras of those big movie stars. Totally different to what we guys are accustomed to these days in the big metropolitans. A very welcome change for anybody who's traveling over there. And very graciously, Indian Oil supports the players not only in terms of putting up the prize money or the venue, they also give accommodations to the players who can facilitate themselves into these lovely villas, these bungalows, and get a taste of history and a bit of old age culture, which Digboi so proudly boasts in itself. Well, Azhar has punched his way through from that heavy, thick stuff on the extreme right side of hole number 18th and has got a sizable approach shot coming into hole number 8th. He would be very happy with that shot as he's left himself roughly about 4 feet, 5 feet to make birdie. Sorry, to make par, save par on hole number 8. I absolutely wonder what happened to Pukhraj because Pukhraj looked in pole position, was in the middle of the fairway. That ball has come sizely short. But no worries, that was a brilliant chip shot. Had a good look at the hole, almost. So very simple power putt left for Pukhraj. Pukhraj's got a good round going and could be well into the way of contenting as a change at the top of, not at the top, at the second pole position has just happened where Sarthak Chibber has made a eagle on the very reachable par 5 seventh. So with the eagle and 2 birdies on hole number 2 and 3, he finds himself sitting pretty at number 2 spot alone. He is definitely trending in the right direction with those red numbers and is giving some kind of close look to what's happening with Om Prakash Chauhan. Hope he would be having a close look at those live leaderboards which keep moving around with our leaders and would be definitely having a watchful eye. Very nicely cleaned up. That should be his part, but sorry, a par attempt which he made sure that found the bottom of the hole and very big sign of relief because he's got a good round going in and an impromptu bogey on hole number 8 could definitely not leave a comfortable feeling for the player moving on to a birdieable hole number 9. Pukhraj cleans up for his par and both Pukhraj and Mohammad Azhar would be breathing a sign of relief on hole number 8. And here's a look at the leaderboard on your screens where OP is at 15 under par. Sarthak Chebbar with that strong move of Eagle on 7th hole puts him at 14 under par, second alone. Sachin finds himself in third position, 13 under par. Pukhraj and Kapil are at 12 under par respectively, and Mohammad Azhar and Aman Raj are at 11 under par, tied sixth. Sukra, after the heroics from today's early morning round, is at tied eighth position, 10 under par, and he is accompanied with Akshay Kumar at the similar score. Sorry, uh, Akshay is at 9 under par, and Akshay is accompanied with Rahil Ganji at 9 under par. So there seems to be a bit of a technical snag. We'll quickly update that and let you know what's happening around. But at the so-called second leader groups on the other side of the spectrum, the players who teed off from the back nine, both Karan Verma and Bhanu Pratap Singh are giving stiff competition to each other, as both of them have had a bit of a misfortune start. But Karan still has recovered by two birdies on hole number 11 and 12 with a bogey on hole number 15, which means he's par for the day. But Mr. Bhanu Pratap Singh is suffering from a stretch of bogeys on hole number 12, 14, and 15. The solitude of single birdie in between, which means he's two over for the day. But a lot of golf left, and he's hoping that these boys can throw in a few red numbers and make their cards look better, and also make their positions a little higher than they started the day.
So Sarthak Chibber is the man who's been making a move, and it's been a pretty smart move with everyone else hovering around 1 and 2 under. He is 4 under. The eagle on the par 5 seventh having made a lot of difference. He is now all alone by himself in the second place, one shot behind Om Prakash Chauhan, who picked a birdie on the sixth, with three par fives looming in the next 5 holes for him. So Sarthak Chibber has done a pretty good job of picking up an eagle on the first of the 4 par 5s at the Digboi golf links. The key here, of course, always being picking shots on the par 5s and ensuring that you kind of sail safely with the rest of the golf course.
Well, that ball ricocheted off the flagstick, so Sarthak has hit a tremendous approach shot and has again given himself a very realistic birdie opportunity. I presume that was Sarthak's ball. A little bit rattled. Whether was it Sarthak's or Kapil's ball, but from the looks of it, could be Sarthak Chibber's ball, which got a big kick off the flagstick and sits pretty inside, I guess, 6 feet on hole number 8 to make a birdie. And here's a look at those lush green fairways surrounded with the dingy forest around. A lot of flora and fauna around. And word of caution to all the players playing around: always be aware of what's happening around you, as a lot of wildlife surrounds this beautiful track of the Digboi golf links. Well, the Indian Oil Servo Masters has had a bunch of winners over the years, dating back all the way to 1999, with Rohtas Singh winning at even par, then Sanjay, and yes, and thereafter Mukesh on a multiple occasions. We've had some serious winners in the past. Shankar Das has occupied this title. Shamim has it under his belt. Shankar, in fact, has won this event 3 times, so that's a big number to hold upon. And The very recent ones is being held by Yuvraj Singh. So Yuvraj is the defending champion. He's not around this week, but he also holds the biggest number of under par score in totality for lifting up the trophy at 23 under par. We've had Veer and Honey amongst the more so recent winners who've occupied this title. If I'm not wrong, this was Veer's very first title in 2019, the first time he won. But yes, Mukesh has been king. Unfortunately, he had to miss out on this event. Mukesh has won this event 6 times. Seems like a joke, but yes, it is not a joke. It is a realistic number. Mukesh Kumar has won 6 times. Shankar has occupied this title, Mr. Shankar Das, 3 times. Shamim has given him company on similar numbers. He also has 3 wins, and Ashok and both Yuvraj Sandhu have won this title twice. So, gets to show you that people who have won here like to repeat that more often than once. But would be a different story this week as Om Prakash is all set to pretty much make this trophy travel home with him, unless Sachin Sarthak Sukra can say something about it as the fallen hero from yesterday. Sukra Bahadur Rai is making serious amends to what he did yesterday and is 4 under par for the day, 12 under for the event, and 3 shots adrift from the leaders. So Supra is mounting a challenge and a recovery mode for himself. He's way past actually the recovery mode, but he's 3 shots in deep from previously, which he started his round at 9 under par yesterday. There you have the Nepalese national. He's reversed his attire today. He's wearing red on top and black underneath. So red and black is the way for going for the torch runner of Nepalese golf currently. And yes, that was Sarthak Chibber's ball, and he would appear to have made birdie on hole number 8, which could mean that we have a tie at the top. Kapil also cleaning up from similar lengths on hole number 8 as the group of Kapil Sarthak find themselves dashing towards the reachable par 5 ninth hole. And here's a look at the Pro Tracer technology, the perfect use of technology showcasing what player is choosing which ball flight and not only in terms of apex but lateral movements on one of the sides, be it left or right. The highest belonging to Muhammad Azhar from what the Pro Tracer is projecting. Well, we'll be able to give you a clearer view of what transpired within a few minutes as Sarthak made an eagle on 7th and birdie on 8th, which puts him at 5 under for the day, 15 under par total. The big man, Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan, had somewhat of a similar fortune in terms of birdie on hole number 6 and 7, which still keeps him at the front runner, the top horse in the derby at 16 under par. So 1 shot difference, but a different man chasing the leader. Instead of Sachin, it's up to Sarthak Chibber. And here's a look at Vikrant Chopra, who chose to go with the iron on the Go Devil hole, 15th hole. And in a bit of spot of bother is Sukra, as his tee shot on hole number 10th has found himself in a very precarious, tricky spot. He is definitely short sighted himself in terms of being away from where he wanted to be.
The key here has been like Sarthak Chibber has made, kind of a lot of ground. He started the day 4 shots behind Om Prakash Chauhan, but he's now only 1 shot behind. So, which is like a big, huge gap that he's covered. He's made up 3 shots, and he's given himself a very, very good look or a good shot at his maiden PGTI tour title. Coming in with 5 under for the first 8 holes on a final day is fantastic for any golfer on any tour. And I think Sarthak Chibber is likely to join the list of first-time winners of 2023, or at least he has a great chance.
Yes, absolutely. He's giving himself very realistic look towards getting up to his breakthrough win for the very first time. But Om Prakash stands in way at 16 under par. But rightly said, being 5 under par on the final day of any championship tournament day, this is a very, very good move towards securing his very first title. So let's see what transpires as the leaders are making headway towards nearly completing their front half, which means the front 9. And the man to chase is still Om Prakash Chauhan. And that was a brilliant putt. I think that is Mari Muthu who made that putt on hole number 10th. 10th poses its own challenges in terms of length, and players need to throw all the caution in the air towards this particular hole, as it can put handbrakes on somebody who's trying to mount a charge or somebody who's trying to stay clear. So 10th will require a lot of focus, and not enough caution can be used for that particular hole. Here's a look at live feed 2, where after not a very great chip shot from Azhar. Azhar has a sizable, I'm presuming a sizable birdie putt left for him on hole number 9. The ball came up way shorter than what Azhar would have preferred. Well, he definitely gave it a big rap, just over borrowed. And Nasukra on hole number 10th, after that brilliant chip shot from a very tricky spot, this to keep the momentum going, and rightly so. A big fist bump from the young man. Red and black, Nepalese torch bearer for the moment is Sukra Bahadur Rai, who keeps that card somewhat cleaner than dropping a shot on hole number 10th. And he's already 4 under par for his round, which means he's 12 under par. So great going by Sukra. A very solid comeback. That's the story for the day, for the moment.
We are soon approaching the back 9 of the final round. There's Divyanshu Bajaj, was on the 9th hole. He is in the one of the top 3 groups. The excitement in a golf tournament always begins on the 9th, or rather the back 9 of the final day, when all the action hots up. And the boys out here seem to be kind of gearing up for that. Om Prakash Chauhan has actually come up, kind of stayed solid thus far on the front line. He's actually not given up any shots. He is only 2 under through the first seven, whereas Sarthak Chibber has made a lot of ground with being 5 under through the first eight. Sachin Basoya is also 2 under, and Sukra Bahadur has had a fantastic front nine at 4 under. So the young man who actually had a frustrating 73 on the third day, making amends on the final day. And here is Sachin Basoya off the green on the eighth hole. Sarthak actually was on a good run. He picked up an eagle on seventh and a birdie on eighth. So good going for him. And Sarthak, of course, ahead of Sachin. He is on the ninth hole. Runs well past the flag, and that's going to be a difficult one, or rather a very challenging one coming back. Meanwhile, there is news that Pukhraj has picked up a birdie on the ninth hole, and that actually augurs very well for him as he completes the front nine in 3 under and moves into sole fourth place at 13 under. So we have the top five players, or rather top six players, kind of top six spots, all within close range of each other. Om Prakash Chauhan still at 16 under, Chibber at 15, Basoya 14 under, Pukhraj 13 under, and then Sukra Bahadur, Kapil Kumar, and Aman Raj at 12 under, with Mohammad Azhar not too far behind at 11 and Akshay at -10. So it's been actually a good scoring week, despite some apprehensions about the early holes, the first and the second. I mean, the final day has not actually been so terrifying on the first couple of holes. So it's been great scoring. It's also been quality golf. And here's Aman Raj not getting that break which he was hoping for, the turn towards the flag. He didn't. But nevertheless, not too far, under 2.5 feet. He should be able to tidy that up, while Sachin Basoya marks his ball, gets ready for his putt. Aman Raj has had a quiet day, one birdie, one bogey, and that's not what he would have wanted on a final day. I mean, yesterday was a pretty solid for him, but today has been very, very subdued. Raj made a lot of ground. He's made amends after the bogey start. Sukra Bahadur made amends for the third round. Om Prakash has stayed steady. Sarthak Chibber has made the big move. And Sachin Basoya hanging in there, two behind the leader and one behind Sarthak Chibber. And here is Sachin.
Yes, and an important part coming up for Sachin because he won't want to lose too much ground. In fact, this is a time to push on to the middle, and that ball just did.
Stopping short again.
Yeah, exactly. Not a very good feeling in the belly when you leave a putt short. You rather than making the putt when you leave it short is something which is a very uncomfortable feeling, so to say.
And there is Om Prakash. It's to pick up a shot.
No, he pushed that out.
He knew it from the moment he hit it, stroked it, that it was not going. And now he's not going to be happy with that. He probably left a shot there, and he's quite understandably not happy with himself.
Yes, absolutely. Eighth hole has given a few birdies around where Sarthak, Rahil, Prabha, and sure, Binu are the players who've taken advantage of this dogleg left tricky par for eighth hole.
Especially when you pick up a shot on a hole like the eighth, which is tricky. I mean, that gives you a lot of satisfaction, and Prakash is not going to be happy about that.
And here's a look at how Sarthak and Divyanshu Bajaj took different ball flights along with their playing partner Kapil Sharma. Kapil keeping the apex of that ball flight very, very low and very, very straight at the same time. If that is his chip shot, then he's left himself in a very good spot to make yet another strong move with a birdie on hole number 9. Couldn't have placed it any better. He just left it underneath the green. All he needs to do is make contact and let the ball release towards the hole. Very easily said, I know, when I was saying those things, how difficult it is to actually employ it, being on the other side more than I would like on the other spectrum of the sport. But Sarthak has done a good job. He at least gave it a good run towards the hole. He's left himself with 4 5 foot putt of birdie, pretty much in the same zone where Azhar and Kapil found themselves. Sorry, I'm saying my name, my bad. Azhar and Dhruv Sharon found themselves.
We're talking of that par four eighth hole, a short one, even if it's somewhat tricky. I think Sarthak Chibber with his birdie made great use of it because that's where Om Prakash Chauhan missed a possible birdie, just had to go back with a par, and Sachin ended up dropping a shot. So, that not too happy putt from Sachin turned out to be a bogey, and so Sarthak Chibber's, the man so far on the front line.
Yes, Sarthak Chibber and both Gaurav Pratap are the leading scorers for the day for the moment, as both of them are sitting pretty at 5 under par for the day. Sarthak has a very realistic another look at birdie coming alongside on hole number 9. So yes, man of the last 1 hour is definitely Sarthak Chibber, who's pressing very, very hard towards his very first title, and all that stands in between him and his title is a mountain of a man, so to
It's
say.
another crucial part there, it's a par five, it's a good place to pick up a shot, and I'm sure he has it in mind, so focusing totally on that.
Yes, he's got a realistic birdie opportunity, but he powers it through the break. It so does happen with a lot of right-handed players when there is immense break on the left-hand sides. Um we generally tend to either underhit it or exactly do what Sarthak did, overpower the break by applying a lot of speed to it. Yes, so that seems to be a scoundrel opportunity in terms for Sarthak to have joined the lead with Om Prakash, but a strong charge nonetheless, as he's 5 under par and pushing very hard on reaching at least the tied spot for the moment.
That's one of the signs, when maturity, confidence, and all come together on the final day, when you know that you got a putt there, even if it's just a 5 footer, to get into a share of the lead, you need to close that. You need to get that. I know it's easier said than done, but if you have to win golf tournaments, you need to get them done. Here, like Pokraj here has kind of, drained his birdie. Pokraj's going pretty solid today.
And Kapil cleaning up for what seems to be his birdie attempt. I think he found the green in 2 shots, and that birdie would move him forward from being 1 under par for the day to 2, and might find himself at 13 under par alongside Pokraj and Sachin.
Important for Sarthak. He needs to tidy this up. Can't afford any small errors, Thankfully, none. Would be a bit disappointed not to pick up a shot there.
Yes, absolutely. And Divyanshu Bajaj, fondly known as Bunty with his close friends, has cleaned up on the 10th hole for what I'm presuming and hoping to be a par attempt of his.
You were talking about big moves. Sarthak Chipper and Gaurav Pratap at the band making slightly bigger move than that has been Vikrant Chopra, 6 under through 15 holes. And he's made his way into the top 10.
Yes, that's some serious firepower being showcased by Vikrant, as 6 under par is a very good number, and he's still got 3 holes to go. So, with the firepower he is showcasing and also does possess, we could see him jump further closer to the lead and ante up his chances to stay inside the top 10. And you'll be hearing from the media head, Mr. Nikhil Kallan from Professional Golf Tour of India, and he'll be giving you some insight about this lovely sport of golf. Nikhil is the media head, and he is also a very keen, avid golfer in himself. So it will be very interesting and insightful to see and hear what he has to say about this beautiful game that we also love.
This week we are at the picturesque Digboi Golf Links in Digboi, Assam. This is a historic oil town and this course is owned by Indian Oil. This town is home to Asia's oldest oil refinery and we have lush tea estates in the surroundings, and we are tucked in the eastern corner of Assam, a stone's throw from Arunachal Pradesh, and as the crow flies, less than 200 kilometers from the China border. Talking about the history of this golf course, this used to be home to an airstrip during World War II, very close to where I'm standing right now, and Allied planes used to take off and land here as the war raged on in Southeast Asia during those days and almost reached India's northeastern frontier. This is also an area which is a hub for elephants. Elephants are often spotted at the golf course, and we are told there are quite a few leopards here as well in the surrounding forest, the Dehing Forest Reserve being right next door. As far as the golf course is concerned, there are a lot of slopes on the fairways, so it's hard work for the players walking up and down the fairways with the slopes. And we are looking forward to another exciting week of golf here at Digboi in the 23rd edition of the Indian Oil Servo Masters.
Well, that was an interesting bit of trivia. Thanks, Nikhil, for the information about what the dangers lurk around and how close are we from the neighboring borders. And talking about wildlife, not so that wild, we have some unusual spectators lurking in the middle of the fairways. A bit of an update from what's happened at the top of the leaderboard is Sarthak has stumbled upon. So that was a three-part, I guess.
Exactly. That was a three-part, and so that is why there was a huge sigh of disappointment, when he missed that par putt. We thought it was a birdie putt. It actually was a par putt, and so a bogey on a par five is really, I mean, something that he would be very upset about. So the gap between him and Om Prakash Chauhan is 2 shots now, and with the par five coming up for Om Prakash Chauhan, it could even increase.
And that's a beautiful part by the Greater Noida based Arjun Sharma. Arjun had a great first round, but a bit of a stumble on round two. But he'll be happy with that distance putt, making the homebound stretch on hole number 11th. 11th being a par 5, where poses its own challenges. Well, there's a leader, Om Prakash Chauhan, sizing up where he wants to land that and let the ball trickle up to the hole. With the caliber and the talent of Om Prakash, this is his bread and butter shot, which he showcases why he did it. And he's left himself about a roughly 2 to 3 span of feet left in between him and his, what I'm presuming would be his birdie putt. In fact, I think Om Prakash is the first player who's left it underneath the hole, which for the moment would seem to be the correct spot to be. Give himself an uphill putt and a very realistic and a very small distance putt, if I might add to that. And here's another look at Kapil. Kapil trying to dial it in from a sizable distance on hole number 10. That's a reasonably decent attempt, as this is a very tricky pin position on hole number 10. Leaving himself about 4 feet left is not a bad opportunity. And on live feed one, we have the man from Patna, Mr. Aman Raj. Aman is having a bit of a slow round going on than he would have liked, or what he had projected from yesterday, with his scoring being top notch. And has had one bogey and one birdie, which puts him at 12 under par, even par for the day, at sixth position, tied with Sukra. Finally, something drops for Sachin. We presume that would be a birdie, and if that's the case, he will be moving alongside Sarthak at 14 under par. We'll have a quick update on that. Akshay not happy with his attempt on hole number 10. Here is also hoping that he has that left. That cleanup part was for a par. Now, OP after that chip has made things a little more not comfortable for himself, so to say, by missing out on that very small
Is the stress beginning to show on OP?
birdie part. Yeah, I'm sure with the n number of wins, which is 9 in case of him, there would definitely be a nerve which would twitch or not. More often than not, then yes. But yeah, we all at the end of the day are humans, or we would appear to see that OP is human after missing that part.
I'm sure he would, kind of, he'd be a little disappointed with that. I mean, I have a feeling that he looked pretty good, but unfortunately, not what he would have wanted.
Is look at what Kapil is transpiring to do with his attempt on hole number 10th after that fairly lengthy putt, and this finds the bottom of the hole. So if that was a par attempt, he has secured a very good par on hole number 10th, as 10th is a very tricky par 3. And here is another look for what ball flights are preferred and are being implied by different players. The Pro Tracer technology brings you closer and gives you a very realistic look at what the players choose in terms of ball flights, patterns. In this case, it was Aman, Sachin, and Om Prakash Chauhan on hole number 9. And here's a look at the prerequisite laughs for to say between two good friends, Sachin and Om Prakash. Bit of banter going around, trying to stay loose and calm before they head into the storm of 18 holes, which is round 4 for the Indian Oil Servo Masters. OP seems to be very nice and limber. I think he's giving himself enough hours in the stretching room. You can always gauge with the expressions of how the player is feeling or what his insides are brewing with the way they express themselves before all hell breaks in front of them. Aman Raj giving the more focused approach, and what you can see from the demeanor of OP is trying to just stay limber and warm enough to hit that very elusive first tee shot. I think he is following in the footsteps of Miguel Angel Jimenez. Miguel also is a very limber person who has showcased during his tenure of very illustrious professional career which he's had, that how he stays loose with various rubber band like exercises which he performs for his warm-up. But totally different approach. Aman a little bit more serious and so to say determined on at the work at hand. So different players going about their business in what is a comfort zone for themselves. And here is what is transpiring on your screens as we get you the live coverage of round 4 of the Indian Oil Servo Masters, presented to you by the media giant ABP Studios. A look at the live top 5 for round 4 is Om Prakash, after completion of his 9 holes, is at 16 under par, 2 shots clear from the chasing pack, a duo of Sarthak Chibbar and Sachin Bisoya at 14 under par. Whereas Pukhraj is at tied 4th with Kapil at 13 under par. So exciting times. Stay tuned, and if you're not on board watching this, try and get the experience of a lifetime going in the comforts of your home, where you see stellar golf being played in the Digboi golf links in Assam, courtesy the Professional Golf Tour of India, as it finds itself in collaboration with Indian Oil Servo Masters to bring you the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. We have a mere stretch of 9 holes left between who becomes the winner of this prolific title. Om Prakash has launched his ball a little ahead of the hole. I think he's the first player we have seen who's gone way past the flagstick, and a very good chip shot coming up from Sachin from the front left half. So yeah, important times, crucial times in terms of momentum being gained or the top hands being shuffled around. Let's see what transpires in the stretch of 9 holes which is left for this big elusive title of the Indian Oil Servo Masters. Wow, that would have looked so nice to OP, as the expression of the club twirl would mean that that ball would have scared the hole quite nicely. But seeing how far it has left himself with the par putt, it is a bit of a knee knocker, especially after the putt which he let slip through his grasp in hole number 9.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Aman Raj has hit a brilliant part on hole number 10. He still get to get his round going in terms of a very mellow round going in terms of how what we saw Aman Raj is capable of when he showcased a brilliant 6 under par yesterday with his heroics on the putting for surface after a very disastrous start on the hole number 1 which he had. But that's the nature of this game. Sometimes we do not get the entire desired result going towards what you have hoped for, favored for, or actually worked very hard for. Now, this is a very important part coming up for Sachin, as this would be his par attempt on the very tricky 10th hole, and comfortably done. So he is trying to keep pace with his good friend and playing companion Om Prakash. Om Prakash himself has a rather lengthy putt, and it's amazing to see players coming out in the far east corners of Assam and come and show their support to their favorite golfers in the backdrop. As we can see, the gallery sizing up, and that is pretty similar to what happened on hole number ninth for Om Prakash. Om Prakash,
Om Prakash quite upset with himself, wanted to throw the club, left the putter there. Not the best way to go about the round. I mean, this is the crucial stages. If he's going to get his temper get the better of him, it's not going to be good. I mean, and I think this is the time that he needs to get himself back into the it's quite a difficult task right now.
well, yes, it is a difficult task, and it so happens sometimes the emotions get the better of us. Lucky for OP is that he still has, even if that is a bogey for him, and he still has one shot cushion for himself between him and the chasing pack.
Maybe I jinxed him, when I said that Om Prakash has been kind of knocking back a lot of the par fives, and it seems this one, the par five and then the par four thing's not working out. So Om Prakash now wanted to throw that. Now that was not a nice thing. I mean, of course, I'm sure by the time he gets to the next tee, he'll be calm again. So right now, temper's getting the better of him, but it's okay. I mean, we know how frustrating this game can be sometimes. He still leads he was 16 under at the 10, and let's see how things are now.
Yes, absolutely. The apologies for the bad expression or for what just transpired on your screens, but we are all are human, and we do tend to falter from time to time again. Let's just hope that our leader and the Order of Merit winner picks himself and composes and gathers his thoughts before any further flutter of disarray comes along his way. Yes, and the very first look at my co-host, Mr. Venkatesh, V. Krishnaswamy's favorite hole. Apologies for the fumble on the name, sir. The Go Devil got me a little excited than more I would have liked to. And it's interesting to see a young man in terms of Arjun Sharma taking on the challenge imposed by this hole. He's got the bashful driver out and normally a very straight driver of the golf ball. He's taking up on the challenge, and that's what the audience and we as the spectators back home like to see. Bit of aggression thrown in the air. And a quick stare means he's done the job well. And in the backdrop, we can see hello from our cameramen. They're trying to wave us that we're not giving them enough camera time. But all these beautiful images are courtesy the hard work behind the scenes work by these gentlemen. Otherwise, none of this comfort which we can achieve and watch beautiful golf being played is possible. So a big shout out to the people who get up early and do all the heavy lifting of the arsenal in terms of the equipment and the lines and get the conveyors going on so that we can in the smooth recliners of our home sit and enjoy and just simply sit and talk chat about golf being played around in the various different parts of the country.
One of those days I just need to hit the road and they calling out, yeah. Check! This is my temple, this is my mental peace sanctuary. The one thing I can't do without, you better hear me. Can't do without, I can't do without.
The ultimate biking experience is incomplete without Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil.
The records I'm breaking, follow. The capsule's a bitter pill to swallow.
Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Can't do without.
Hello viewers, welcome to another episode of Line of Play. Today we are joined by Udayan Mane, Olympian and 12-time winner on the PGTI. He's also a former PGTI Order of Merit champion. We know he's good with numbers, but today we have a memory test for him. So let's see how well he remembers some of the stats and facts from his pro career. Hi Udayan.
Hi,
All
good morning
set?
to you.
Good morning. All set for the questions?
Yeah, I had my tea, I had my Septolin, I had my multivitamins, so I'll be as ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, great. So here we go, Udayan. You set a record as a rookie on the PGTI. What was that record?
I think I'm the only rookie to win twice in his rookie year.
Correct answer. Okay.
Nice.
At which event did you win your third PGTI title?
The first one was Jaipur, second one was Oxford, third one Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you remember the name of the event?
I know it was in Kurmitola Golf Club.
I'll give you that. BTI Open 2017
Yes,
in
yes,
Dhaka.
yes. Nice.
So 2 out of 2. What has been your lowest winning total score?
Oh, that's easy. Minus 26.
That's correct. 2600 262, Tata Steel Tour Championship 2019 in Jamshedpur. Okay, how many course records do you have to your name?
As an amateur, I have one, and as a professional, also I have one. So in totality, 2. But since we're doing this as in my professional career, I'll say 1.
Okay, that's correct. 1 course record at Prestige Golf Share Club as a professional. This was in Bengaluru, 7 under 63. Now, you won the Golconda Masters 2018 in a playoff. How many other players were involved in that playoff?
There were 3 other players, so total 4 of us. And yeah, it was quite an intense playoff because I mean, all the 3 others were also previous winners on the PGTI, and it was Shamim Khan, the legend, Abhijit Chadda, and Thangaraja.
Correct, absolutely correct. That 4-way playoff stands as a PGTI record for most players involved in a playoff.
I don't think I'll ever forget that one either.
Great. So, 5 out of 5 so far. Excellent. There is a PGTI record that you share with Ashok Kumar. What is it?
I won 3 in a row. 3 tournaments in a row.
Correct.
I was so close to winning the 4th, but I mean, it didn't happen. I lost in a playoff, but you know, there's always the next set of 4 events.
Absolutely, you got that correct. 3 consecutive wins on the PGTI. Your 3 wins were spread across 2019 and 2020 at Jamshedpur, Hyderabad and Eagleton. Finally, the last question. What was your reaction immediately after sinking that winning putt at the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2021 that also made you the Order of Merit champion for the season? What did you gesture to the crowd?
I think I was asking them to, or I was just doing this, something like this, like asking them, like egging them on to cheer louder and harder and just bring the roof down pretty much of that entire place. And I think they succeeded in doing that.
Correct answer. So you get 7 out of 7, Udayan. Excellent. Nice. You're good with numbers and you have a sharp memory.
Thank you. So, it's all credit to my mom because she tells me to take my multivitamins and all my, you know, to eat healthy. And yeah, thanks, mom.
Okay. Well, that's it from today's episode of Line of Play.
So that was a bit of insight in the man, Mr. Olympian Udyan Mane, and really important questions thrown to him by Nikhil. And glad to see he knows his history at least. And
nice fun.
Yes, absolutely. And a strong lip out on hole number 12 for C. Muniappa, I'm presuming. I'm not really sure. I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, that is C. Muniappa, the former Indian Open winner at the Grand DLF Golf Club. He is one of those players who never lets it down and is always relentless in his approach for getting better. A bit unfortunate with the back injury which has surrounded his career for the last few years, but looks in all better form, and here's hoping that that's not a thing which is concerning him anymore. And that's a reasonable approach shot on the drivable par 4 14th. 14th is a narrow par 4, but certainly drivable. People will be looking to make good use of their accuracy and length. So a decent approach shot by Dhruv leaves him with a realistic birdie putt on the short par 4 14th. Where Karthik Sharma's ball has ended up, I am presuming this is his eagle attempt coming on that hole, because the mere length of this hole is not that long, and the aggression which these players have and control over the golf ball would suggest that that is his eagle putt nonetheless coming along. Don't think he calculated the speed what he wanted to impart on the green, as that's come up way short from a desirable or a favorable result. Let's see what holds in store for the man based out of Pune, Udyan Mane. Udyan travels along with his caddy, and they have a bit of a relationship build up going, and rightly so, as he is the only person, not he as in per se as Udyan, but for any player, caddy is the only person who can give him aid and give him advice as to what difficulty lies in front of them or how to maximize your own potential or your caliber.
So then we just heard from him while talking to Nikhil. He's a two-time tour championship winner. I mean, he's an established winner, except that he hasn't been able to kind of convert his good play into wins recently. I'm sure once he gets back to his winning ways, there'll again be a flurry of wins, and we'll see crouching, all focus, young Karthik Sharma waiting to break into the same kind of winner's circle.
Yeah, and a bit of change at the not change, but for the very first time, somebody has come up and crept up and joined Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan. So we have a tied for the very first time in round four at 15 under par. So Sarthak is pushing as hard as he can, and he is at 5 under par total for the day, which means he's sitting pretty at 15 under par, tied with Om Prakash Chauhan, and that's a beautiful putt. Make immense of the first lag putt by Karthik. I presume that would be a birdie for him. Then he would also trend in the correct direction. But yes, absolutely. The lead has been shared by two people now, and in very hot pursuit to the leaders is Pukhrat Singh Gill, who also managed to birdie the hole number 12 and finds himself in a tie of third with Kapil and Sachin. They both are, the trio pair of these two are at 14 under par. And here's a look at Mr. Sharon from based out of Gurgaon. We happen to share, we happen to share the same coach, and unfortunately,
Who do you
his.
train with? Vidya?
Uh,
I thought you were a coach yourself.
Yeah, I am a coach myself, but every now and then I use and rely on the strong help and guidance of my fellow friend, colleague, and coach, Miss Priyapuri.
Oh, she's a wonderful coach, and I believe she's so good with youngsters in particular. And I think that's something which is so important.
Yes, absolutely. She puts in endless hours with him and with me, but such is the case. It is required for a student to rely upon their coach and the words of advice, and rightly so. She tries to help us in every possible way. That's a bit of interesting sighting for Pukhraj. Pukhraj down on his knees. I remember yesterday he had a similar precarious situation when he was standing inside a bunker, but at least the ball was outside on the green. But here seems to be the case of a lot of heroics being required, as I think the ball is in the bunker. So this would be an interesting shot to watch. Yeah, he's kneeled down on one knee. Let's hope he is able to execute it as he intends it to be. Now that is a beautiful result from a very, very difficult spot. Very well executed by the young man, and anything better would have been the ball finding the bottom of the hole. So Pukraj would keep his charge going towards the top of the leaderboard. And so to speak, another man taking up the challenge of the Go Devil hole is Dhruv Sharon. He's got the big stick out, and generally a very good driver of the golf ball. Should not post much of a challenge, and that quick pickup of the tee just suggests that he's done exactly that. Divyanshu electing to go with the putter from the front half of the 13th green. My apologies, that was a putter. The stroke was something similar to a putter, but he still had a wedge in his hand. A lot of players do use that putting stroke kind of a waggle or a rotational sequence when they have a wedge and a very simplistic up and down in terms of no undulations being posed. And to each as his own. I would want to see what is transpiring with Mr. Ukrat Singh Gill, because he has what appeared to have been a very precarious situation, given it a mighty heave, and appears to have put the ball in a very good spot, even after being in a spot of bother, because he is going great guns, and another man lighting up the golf course and finally getting his way with the flat stick is the man from Gurugram, Kapil Kumar. Kapil is 4 under par for the day, and with consecutive birdies on hole number 11th and 12th, see him tying the lead with Om Prakash Chauhan. And instead of a one-way leader, we have a four-way tie at the top. Very interesting times coming up, as we have four people sitting at the top of the helm: Om Prakash, Sachin, Kapil, and Sarthak Chibbar. So, newfound company for a man who would have wanted to stay alone at the top is Om Prakash. Anybody who has just joined us, this is the live coverage of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023, and somewhat of a all hell broke loose situation is happening with our leader Om Prakash, as he finds company which he would have definitely not been looking forward at, as we have a four-way tie at the top of the leaderboard at 15 under par.
Sometimes they call it as the commentators jinx, and I'm sure I wouldn't like Om Prakash to know about it, but I kept talking about how good he has been on the par fives. He did pick up a birdie on the 7th, but he failed to get one on the 9th, and again failed to get one on the 11th, and in between he dropped a shot on the 10th, the par 3 10th, where that missed putt actually had him quite furious with himself. So he is right now stuck at -1 for the day, while Sarthak Chibbar, he actually even had the luxury of dropping a shot on the par 5 6, which I'm sure he lose. But he is there in a share of the lead with Kapil Kumar, Sachin Basoya, and Om Prakash Chauhan. So out of these four, Sachin Basoya and Om Prakash Chauhan have tasted victory this season and also in their career, while Sarthak Chibbar is looking for his maiden win, and I think so is the case with Kapil.
Yes, absolutely. Other than Sachin and OP, Kapil and Sarthak both are looking for their first elusive win. So is Pukhraj. And yes, very, very exciting stretch of golf coming along as things have tightened, so-called the noose around the leader who was leading most of the week, Om Prakash. The noose is tightened up, and there are a fair bit of hands tightening that noose for him in terms of Sarthak, Kapil, and Sachin. That was a brilliant act of cleaning up after being in a spot of bother by Pokrat Singhil. Good par. And again, you can have a close look at the middle of the fairway. Sarthak has dialed himself in the middle of the fairway and would have a very good look at birdie with his approach shot coming in. Here's a look at the veteran Indian Open winner, Mr. C. Muniappa. Yes, that is C. Muniappa, if I'm not wrong. Alongside Sukra, who's made headway from yesterday and is going great guns today. He's 4 under par.
Chinnaswamy Muniappa.
I'm sure if he gets to explain it, there would be a few more attachments to that. See Chinnaswamy's Muniappa something. Because I remember once
those things don't happen anymore. I come from this similar name, Krishnaswamy Vishwanathan. We don't have any more attachments.
I remember having this conversation. He was trying to pull his leg. Turned out that he eventually did pull my leg because I also have a lot of variables added in my name. So yeah, but great guy to be around. The friends and his close family people call him Appa, rightly so, because he's also been somewhat of a very guiding, good helping hand for the players down south. He's not only paved the way by winning the Indian Open and multiple times on the Indian Open, but also helps players by providing them equipment and his guidance and mentorship for the youngsters. So that title comes up as instead of C or Muniappa, a lot of people just call him Appa. Sukra also cleaning up over there, and here is the approach shot coming up from Sarthak Chibbar, and I think he has come up a little shorter than he would have liked. In fact, if what the visuals suggest, I think he's missed the green on the front half of the fairway. But on the other side, either Kapil or Akshay has hit a brilliant shot on hole number 13th. And as you can see on live feed 2, Muniappa gearing up on the 15th hole with a hybrid. So he's not taking up the Go Devil challenge. He's just simply placing the ball in the middle of the fairway. And the way Kapil is gauging the shot coming up for him, the next shot coming up for him on live feed 1 suggests that that brilliant approach shot was from Akshay. Akshay is currently 1 over for the day and could definitely use a birdie here and there to make his positions a little better than the day would have started. If there was a title to be presented to for being aggressive, this is the man on your live screens to be provided. Mari Muthu is always up for a challenge and never seen him shy off with getting the big stick out or attacking a non approachable flag stick. That is his way to go about it, and that's how he plays golf and has done tremendously well, if I might add that. Well, looks like a reasonable job by Sarthak on live feed 1 versus Sukra is geared up to take on the challenge on hole number 15th with the big stick out. Sukra is already 4 under par for the day and would definitely be looking to press forward and getting his chances better and pushing on forward.
Even though Om Prakash may not agree, but it's actually been pretty exciting, I mean, it's always fun to have, a lot of players chasing leader. And Om Prakash at one point seemed to be running away. He had, if you remember, he had a three-shot lead at one stage. I mean, things look too good for him. He seemed to be like, kind of on his way to a third success this season. And that may well have actually opened up an even bigger gap on the order of merit table also. But Sarthak, Kapil, and Sachin have had other ideas. Sachin, who's among the players who are chasing Om Prakash hard, has got himself in when he is into the mix, and they're all now a four-way kind of leadership at 15 under. So I think that means with about 6 holes to go, for rather 5 holes to go for the lead group, I think there is a lot of excitement mounting up.
Yes, absolutely. And very important, crucial part for Kapil as this seems to be his par attempt, which has.
He walked it in. That is some style, Anthony Kim style, Tiger Woods style, walked it in.
Well, he definitely did walk towards the hole, but that didn't look like a walk in towards holing it. It looked more of a look like. Yes, absolutely.
He walked and the ball flopped, so it becomes a walk in.
Yes, right now it does believe to be a walk in, but I've seen him do this too many times where he's given the disgust look towards what he has hit, and fortune favors the brave, as they say, and that ball will suggest that it's a 4 on the scorecard. So no harm, no foul. Kapil retains his share of the lead at 15 under par. And a close look at what stands in front of Mohammad Azhar in terms of hole number 14th. Azhar seems to have played it a little conservatively because this is definitely a reachable hole. And the distance he's left himself and with the flag would suggest that he did not attack the flagstick, and he won't be very pleased with his attempt of the approach shot coming fairly substantially away from that. He would have appreciated to be next to the hole.
We need to appreciate the efforts of young Sukra Bahadur. He seemed to have put himself out of contention yesterday, when he had that 73 after a pretty disastrous run over the first 9 or 10 holes. And I think he did a great job on the back nine yesterday. And today, the young man has actually, shown himself to be a good fighter, a good player in the making with a lot of potential. And I think 4 under, he's just had one drop shot against 5 birdies. He's put himself pretty much into the contention, with the last 5, 6, or 7 holes left. He is just 3 behind, and anything can happen. Like a shot here for him and a bogey or two for someone of the leaders, and he's all there right in the middle. So I would say A great chance for Shukla to ensure that Nepal golf is once again in focus.
Yes, absolutely. And another few names which we can focus upon are Rahil Ganji and Vikrant Chopra. Vikrant has shot a 6 under par on the final day of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023 and moved his tally to a total of 11 under par. That is that puts him at sole ninth position for the moment with himself. And Rahil, the resurgence of Rahil after the injury has also showcased how talented the somewhat young man right now is. He is 5 under and he's finished and posted a 5 under par total. Sorry, a 5 under score for today, which total leads to be 10 under par and has found himself in a tied 10th position. So big moves being made by a few players who can move themselves ahead and improve their chances. So is the case with the Gaurav Pratap. Gaurav is also 5 under par with accessible birdie opportunities coming his way on hole number 7 and 9. So he could improve on that tally himself. And
Here is Pukhraj, talking the best of lies in a little bit of an awkward situation, but he needs to get going if he has to notch up his first win.
well, if I think he's going to try and chip out sideways, but this should not be that big of a bother because this is the 14th hole, and he's done very well to hack it out and leave himself with a somewhat makeable birdie putt on the 14th. As 14th is a drivable hole, and with his length and the awkward angle he's coming out of with the chip, would only suggest that that is his second shot for the particular hole. But yes, of course, he would have liked it to be way closer than where that ball has ended up. But sometimes you draw a bad lie and can't. And the wiser decision is to give yourself a rather lengthy putt than not have a putt at all. So that's what Pukhraj has gone and done.
Pukras has had a decent run, after that slightly disappointing start with a bogey. He has picked up 5 birdies after that, and another one or two could actually make all the difference. It could be a career changing, a life changing, a very memorable moment for this young man from Ludhiana. And, this could really be the big, kind of boost that he's needed in his career. Golfers, Aditya, I don't know what your routine is, while, kind of sizing up a putt. All different kinds of players have different kinds of routines, and we're just seeing one on the screen. What's your favorite, or what do you do?
One thing which I can't go about not doing is aligning my ball to the intended line of starting. A lot of players have that line on their golf balls to determine where they want to start that golf ball is. That's one of the things which I just can't do about. And yeah, we pretty much have just that as a system, not.
Closing one eye, closing two eyes, putting the putter aside, and then sizing it up. All sorts.
A long time ago, I was given a very good tip by just a random amateur golfer I was playing along with that he likes to visualize the golf ball traveling towards the hole and finding its bottom in the intended target. So I try and stick to that. Keeps me in a happy place and gives me a comfortable approach towards the putt. So that's about it.
I play a different brand of golf. It's called bad golf, and sometimes it becomes awful golf. And there is only one vision I have in my mind. That is, when I hit a tee shot, it will travel on a par five. God will take it and drop it inside the hole. So when your random amateur partner talked about visualization. I'm sure he did not talk about that. I dream. I daydream.
Well, we always want to daydream, and what better dream to have a hole in one on a par five? If you want to dream that big, that's what I
Talking
can
of a hole
suggest.
in one on a bigger hole, I mean, Rahul Kanchi, when he was playing on the Web.com tour, he actually had one on a par four. And there are not too many people in the world who've done that. So, Rahul is in a class of his own.
Yes, absolutely. I have seen the visuals of that,
On
and
YouTube, yes,
yes,
correct.
yes, absolutely. What a spectacular shot he'd hit, and got a result which I think he wasn't desired for, but
He didn't even think about it.
yeah, if you see in that video, he's walking off the tee, not knowing what's happened. But what a piece of video and what a piece of excellence showcased in that small video by Mr. Rahil Ganji. Rahil, if you're hearing us, it's again time enough for you to re-achieve that feat very soon.
The ball died too early.
Yeah, this 14th hole is posing a bit of a challenge of its own, with most of the players coming short with their approach shots or their chip shots or their first putts. So I think this is a newly laid green, and well, at least Pukhraj has his father accompanying him in the backdrop, and definitely would have an advantage with the home front gallery walking along with him. And Om Prakash on live feed too has blasted his bunker shot way further than where that intentions of that man would be, and that could pose a bit of a spot of bother kind of a situation for him. Versus there you have on live feed again one another player coming short from and leaving it short even on the putting surface. That means there is something tricky happening on the 14th hole which the players are not able to read. Such are the challenges posed at the tricky yet very rewarding Digboi golf links for the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. There you have Aman Raj also blasting out of the bunker. He himself has hit it way past than he would have liked, and after that approach shot, this is what is left for his par attempt for Mohammad Azhar, which he seems to have missed. Well, while all the action is going on, let's take a moment to acknowledge why we can sit in the comforts of our home and enjoy this prolific tournament being played at the extreme corners of our country. Assam Digboi is the joining hands of ABP, the media giant, with the Professional World Tour of India, courtesy which we are getting such live coverage pictures of this prolific tournament being held in Digboi, Assam, which is sponsored by Indian Oil. Big shout out to the tour partners who've been around and supported the Professional Golf Tour of India, which is been running for the last few years and gives an opportunity for the players to showcase their talent. Tata Steel, Vedika Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, alongside Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India are the big brands which have been around, and there was a big putt by Aman Raj.
Big putt, big design, big putt.
Yes, big sponsors, big designs, and big putt by the man from Patna.
Aditya, uh, read out that long list of sponsors. Some of them, have been very steadfast supporters of the game. It's heartening to see that pro golf is getting a lot of support that it deserves. And, I really, you know, would love to see even more support coming in. And that would only take the purses up higher. It would give the incentive for many of our players to stay on here at home and take the game to the next level. And of course, I would love to see, I wish I lived long enough to see an Indian win a major. We've seen Indians win all over the world. And I think, it's time. We've had people like Milkha Singh and Irban Lahiri, and also we had Shubhankar Sharma finishing in the top 10 this year at the Open. I think it's a matter of time. It's just happening a bit slowly. Our girls are doing so well. They get a fair amount of support from the PGTI. I think in terms of the sport itself, I think it's in a very, very good place, and I just hope it recovered very well from the pandemic, and since then it's been on its way up and up. And I think hats off to the PGTI board, the players, the CEO, the marketing team, the media team, of course, my friend Nikhil, Vikas, and Uttam at the management side. I think they've done an absolutely wonderful job here.
Yes, absolutely. Can't acknowledge or pay enough tribute to the contributions of such big brands and such big names who've been getting and making headway for professional golf to grow at such magnitudes and elevate themselves to such heights of in terms of money, world ranking points, and sizable career opportunities. Well, PGTI from the word outset go has had a motto that it's a body by the players for the players, and it's one of the most transparent bodies for golf being played and hosted in and around our country, and that's what the motto they live by. And under the able guidance of Mr. HR Srinivas, the president of the PGTI, we have made some serious headways in the last few years and would look for the strides to get bigger and bolder.
Talking of Mr. Srinivasan, the president, I mean, what he's done is he's not just kind of, been right behind the players, behind the tour, but also his company Tech Solutions, to take sport, has actually, kind of sponsored, supported two big events. The Milkha Singh Invitational, which was the previous event, the one before Indian Oil Servo Masters, and we are going to have another one very soon, the SSP Invitational in Kolkata. So two Indian legends having a tournament in their own name. Both of them have won 4 times on the DP World Tour and multiple times at home and abroad. Well, Chief has actually won multiple times abroad, and his one kind of regret always has been that he's not won a big event in India, but then he's played so much abroad. He's been the standard bearer for Indian golf around the world. And now he's on the seniors tour, the Legends tour, where he's done so well. He did well at the Senior Open and the Senior European tour. I mean, these are the guys who actually been an inspiration for the next few generations.
Yes, absolutely. Those people have paved the way for the youngsters to follow and have made it more visual and more probable for people to follow and make careers out of themselves. And a look at the leaderboard suggests that we have a four-way tie. It's a three-way tie. We'll soon have that quick update.
Om Prakash Chauhan is actually top of the shot on the 14th.
Yes.
No, on the 13th. So two bogeys on the back nine on the 10th and the 14th have suddenly turned this tournament on its head, with three young players, Sarthak, Kapil, and Sachin, now in shared lead, and Om Prakash Chauhan trailing them by a shot. I mean, him losing his cool, not being terribly happy, may have actually led to a lapse in concentration, and so that second bogey on the 13th hasn't helped matters. So 5 holes to go for the three leaders. Sachin is the only one in the lead group who's ahead, and Aman Raj and Om Prakash Chauhan, who are playing alongside him in the lead group, have actually dropped back.
Yes, absolutely. No one would have contemplated that Om Prakash would have actually dropped out of the lead. Forget about sharing it with people, but such is the nature of this golf game, and this is what has transpired within the span of less than 1 hour. We have had leads being tied up, and the leader being dropped from out of the lead into a chasing pack, so to say. And we have three different leaders emerged at 15 under par in names of Sarthak Chibbar, Sachin Basoya, and Kapil Kumar. So exciting times with a stretch of 5 holes separating what would be the end of the 2023 Indian Oil Servo Masters. Let us wait and watch with eager awaited breaths who clinches this elusive title and puts their name on the woodwork and the brasswork.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Mark his ball on the green, which could mean that he's driven the green. And he closely saw that putt of Sarthak Chibbar also find the bottom of the hole. So there could be a realistic possibility that Sarthak has broken loose and is going to take the lead on his own. And Om Prakash could possibly get that dropped shot back by making a birdie or two to say if he makes a eagle on that hole.
There is some Pachari.
Yes, the man of the hour, which is
helping Aman Raj. One hat man helping another one.
yes, totally different kind of hats though, but yes, both in a rounded circular shape of.
Aman's caddy, he seems to have yet another different kind of a hat. So there was Chari, there is Aman, and there is Aman's caddy.
Absolutely, I think it's the way to go. The hats are trying to wake and come back into fashion and trend a bit more. So Aman Raj has, it looks like, has found the right hand side of the hazard, which is very close to the fairway.
And that putt that you were alluding to or referring to from Sarthak was indeed a birdie and puts him into sole lead for the first time.
Yes, absolutely. The birdie on the 14th hole means he has not only the lead on the very or at a total of 16 under par, but
and
for
he's the sole leader.
He's the sole leader, and the young man is leading the charge for the very first time. So let's see what is in store.
Your reading the list of first timers was quite in order and very, very timely yesterday. And I tried to follow suit by reading the same list. And maybe, Sarthak Chibbar is going to join that list.
Yes, that is a realistic possibility. And
so Sarthak should actually give us a treat.
I don't want the treat part of it. A mere split of 10%, which we can split 5-5, is more than ample enough. We can keep.
The kind of persons that PGTI now has, that wouldn't be a bad deal at all. The caddy deserves a bit more than us, so it's all right.
Yes, absolutely. The caddy deserves not enough accolades if he can make Sarthak go beyond the threshold and join the very first time leaders. He would have done his job amply and to the fullest. Now, after that not so desired result by Aman Raj, he has a sizable work left for himself for the up and down he's got in front of him on hole number 14th. Maybe a timely decided move, or would have been the still the pace of it's not the pace of play, but the choice of club by our current leader Sarthak is going the more chess route kind of a way. He's going to plot his way around on the tricky par 5 15th.
The best of tee shots, and Sarthak is not happy.
Let's just hope he has gotten away with it, because there's a wide enough fairway on the 15th hole. And another person who's going the a three shot way on plotting on the 15th hole is Kapil. Kapil also has got an iron to place himself nicely in the middle of the fairway, which after the quick pickup and the brisk walk off the tee would suggest that that is what exactly would have transpired.
Om Prakash Chauhan, not only trying to repair the pitch marks, but also trying to repair his own scorecard on the final day of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. He needs to get his act quickly. The holes are running out. And Sarthak Chibber is the man in form and the man in the frame, even though his tee shot on the 15th wasn't the best one. This is a big putt, literally, in terms of distance and its importance.
And OP is left himself with a relatively small birdie putt, is what we would presume, and marker right behind him will also give him a close look of what the line could be. From what it appears, it's Sachin Basoya's ball right behind his golf ball, so would get a complete read on this hole also. So that's a bit of an advantage.
Sarthak Chibber is actually playing in the second group, which means that once he sets the clubhouse target, he will have to sit and wait for an agonizing 10 or 15 minutes to see how the lead group does.
Yes, absolutely. It's very, very important and crucial times in front of a lot of young professionals, as Sarthak has taken up the lead and can actually set up the tone from here for the lead group, which is trailing him, and not literally but figuratively also, after he's posted a 16 under for the moment.
Sachin now has a fair idea of the line after seeing Om Prakash, but even though Om Prakash didn't really hit it, kept, he would have preferred a bit more closer. But still, here's Sachin. My God. The vagaries of golf, and that is not the thing that you would need in the closing stages on the final day.
Yes, absolutely. But what that putt from Sachin has done has given Om Prakash a very, very good look at what the ball is going to do in terms of break. And a player of that caliber should take maximum and the fullest of advantages of such a situation. So won't be surprised if OP walks off with a much needed or desired, required birdie on hole number 14th. Nicely done. He takes a good read and finds the bottom of the hole. So, if we have gauged the situation right from what we saw on our telecast, Om Prakash would birdie this hole and would be able to find himself in a tied spot for second position alongside Kapil and Sachin. What that miss from Sachin meant that Sarthak stands alone still at 16 under par, because had Sachin made a birdie on that hole, he could have joined him at 16 under par.
Correct. Each stroke, each shot at this stage is so vital. Could mean not just a lot of money, but also, so much of confidence, position of the order of merit.
And as we are nearing the completion of round 4 of the Indian Oil Servo Masters, here is one more look at the signature hole 16 and what lurks and surrounds and is in store for the players as they make way towards it and try and move forward and better their chances of clinching the title. Well, one thing good to see out is Om Prakash is not worried about not making a birdie on the hole number 17th, as on sorry the hole number 15th, as he's chosen to pull out the big gun, the driver, and will try and give himself a shorter approach shot coming into this hole. So not only clutch time, very crucial times for players who are trying to cement themselves as the leader of this tournament. And yes, the confirmation of that birdie has been come up, and which means OP is now tied second alongside Kapil and Sachin, and a timely birdie for Pukhraj also means that Pukhraj Singh Gill is still lurking around at today's 4 under par total for the moment, and in totality at 14 under par. So it's great to see these youngsters still staying in the hunt, keeping the hopes alive, and mounting their charges on their own, immaterial of who stands in their way. He's given it a mighty heave, and from the looks of it, the execution has been a near perfect. And so is what his playing partner and fellow friend Sachin is doing. Sachin also going with the big stick and trying to impose his authority on the par 5 15th by flexing on those speed muscles and giving himself a relatively easier approach shot on the par 5
That's the
15th.
mighty heave.
Yeah, both of them not bothered about what the ball is headed towards. That could only mean one thing, that it is on the flight path which was intended for the ball to travel upon.
And they are going all out.
Yes, it's time to go all out, as Sarthak is broken part from that four-way tie which was at 15, and has put himself as the front runner for this race. And 15th being a par 5, players would want to capitalize and try and stay in touch and not let any one player go loose. So is the case with Patna's Aman Raj. Aman's also got the driver out, and let's see if he gets desired results. Yeah, he's holding the post. So that means all three have imparted good swings on the golf balls and are looking forward to seeing where those golf balls end up.
Om Prakash did manage to get that birdie, that circle, that all important crucial circle onto his scorecard on the 14th. So he is now back in a tie for second place, but still one short of Sarthak Chibbar, who has the lead all by himself at 16 under. Kapil Kumar, Sachin Basoya, and Om Prakash Chauhan at 15 under as we now enter the last few holes of the final round. Pukhraj Singh Gill, who dropped a shot on the 14th, has picked up a birdie on 15, and he's back to 14 under and challenging, kind of making a charge towards the leaders. Sukra Bahadur, after an absolutely brilliant front nine of 4 under 32, has not been able to get the birdies that he's wanted. And he is now on the 17th. Now, the 17th is not the easiest holes, but Sukra Bahadur has actually shown a lot of grit and determination. There was a point in the third round when he seemed to be just falling apart. Shows a lot of strength of character. The potential has always been there. It's now a question of him making it all count. Seems a good run, just a wee bit more than he would have wanted. And on greens as tricky as the ones here in Digboi golf links, it would still be a little stressful for Sukra, even though he's putted pretty decently today in terms of not dropping shots. He's been getting his par putts. He caught a bunch of birdies on the front nine. So the title's still up for grabs. Four people within a shot, 5 people or 4 people within a shot of each other. Sarthak alone at 16, three others at 14, or three others at 15, Gill at 14, and then two more, Sukra and Aman Raj at 12.
Yes, as most of the field comes to submitting the scorecard and calling it themselves, we have had a few very good scores being posted for the day by Vikrant. Vikrant shot a 6 under par, which moves him to eighth tied position. Big jump into the top 10. And Rahil Kenji, 5 under par for today, which also jumped him quite a few spots to being tied 10th. Another good round is coming from the middle of the field is from Gaurav Pratap Singh. A blemish-free 6 under par moves him to 7th position and tied 18th. So some big jumps being made. That means birdies are around, and it's time to capitalize upon them. And rightly done by all these three gentlemen, giving themselves a very much needed and much appreciated jump towards top of the hill.
I promise, Aditya, I'm not going to talk too much about anybody's putting. I spoke about Om Prakash and he started missing them. And I said how Sukra has actually been pretty good on the front line and suddenly the lip comes in the way.
Well, as long as these boys are not hearing to us while they're playing, I don't think they can do much while they're done, and then they listen to what you
we
said.
have to encourage them. I mean, nothing less than that.
Yes, I just hope they don't remember this while I am trying to get my round going during the SSP event, because 14 clubs can be pretty agonizingly painful on the body.
Yes, money.
And it was a smooth par attempt, what I would presume from Mari Muthu. And this is another look at the prolific Indian Open and a multiple winner on the Indian Tour, Mr. Chinnaswamy Muniappa, fondly known as Appa from Bangalore. Nicely done. Cleans up for his par attempt, which would seem to be a par attempt.
So we have both Mari Muthu, Muniappa.
Yes,
Getting to the 18th now. They're coming to the very end.
Yes, here's a look at a few of the highlights of how the day has transpired.
First asking, bidding the ball to stop, and then shaking its head, all kinds of emotions.
It's good to see a bit of a gallery gathering around, trying to see how to go about and conducting themselves on the golf course, and also encouraging and showing support to their various respective favorite professionals. For the viewers who are glued to the TV screens and are deeply awaiting who gets to win this title, you can always log on to the professionalgolftourofIndia.com and see when the tour's flight is headed towards your various cities, as the tour is way far from done and will be transiting into all the major cities in and around you. So have a watchful eye, and not only from the comfort of your homes, you can log on to those websites and come to party and enjoy it in real time at the various respective venues. And here's a look at Dhruv Sharon again trying to complete his round. He made a good putt on the 18th last day on round 3 to finish his score, and would definitely want to do that, but bit of a overborrow on the break, and would mean that I would seriously hope that is his cleanup act as a par attempt on the hole, and the caps are off, and shake of hands. Now, those of you who are wondering what that guy with the clipboard has, he is chalking down the scores for the players so that we can have quick updates on the internet, and you can stay in touch with what score is being posted by your favorite players and the leaders, who is fumbling and who is rock climbing themselves towards the top of the summit.
This was the news of a birdie from Pukhraj Gill, who's now moved into a share of the second place alongside Kapil, Sachin, and Om Prakash Chauhan. So there's Sarthak at 16 under and 4 players now at 15 under. The margin for error very, very small, if any, for these 5 players. They're all so close to each other. Pukhraj Gill making a big, big bid, with back-to-back birdies on the 15th and 16th.
Yes, absolutely. He is climbing fast, and he's climbing very, very hard to reach the top of the leaderboard, and riches award the people who dare into stormy conditions. And the storm is being right now controlled by Sarthak Chibbar at 16 under par. But two strong contenders have still got a par 5 scores to be updated in terms of Sachin and Om Prakash Chauhan. So eager breaths await the desired results on that hole. And while we wait for some movement to happen on the scoreboard, here's a look at the current scoreboard. As of right now, Sarthak Chibbar holds the summit at 16 under par and after 15 holes, and in hot pursuit are Pukhraj Singh Gill, Kapil Kumar, and Sachin Basoya, who are accompanied with Om Prakash Chauhan at 15 under par. Thereafter, at tied 6th position, we have two gentlemen in terms of Sukhraj, the international flavor, who's at the top for the moment in terms of international players in contending this week. Sukra from Nepal is at 12 under par alongside the Patna-based Aman Raj. Vikrant, after his heroics of a 6 under par round on the final day, finds himself tied 8th alongside Mohammad Azur, and the brilliant 5 under par for the final round. Rahil also finds himself in a tie of 10th place. So big moves have been made up, and still some very big moves there about to happen, so to say, who will move into a clear winner. As of right now, Sarthak Chibbar is leading the pack. Well, before the event was about to begin on the in the before the event was about to start, it was being held at the same venue, but it was at a price purse of 75 lakhs. But a very welcome surprise in the press conference, which was being held on 22nd. The prize purse was raised by a sum of 5 lakhs to a welcome surprise for all the professionals, and it became an 80 lakh event. The Indian Oil Corporation is all set to be part of the Professional Golf Tour of India for the current season, and stands alone to be the longest running event. So we had 122 players, including 119 professionals, along with 3 amateurs who teed it up. And as of right now, we have 52 people, and in which we have 51 professionals and 1 amateur who has made cut. So, as the proceedings stand, we have only a standalone amateur in terms of Arav D. Shah.
Young man, I mean, he's a very promising young golfer who's done pretty well, and as an amateur, to be able to get a spot and make the cut in this rather strong field, I think speaks volumes of the kind of class that he has. And in the meantime, that par 5 that you were waiting for, Aditya, has produced an eagle for Om Prakash Chauhan.
Yes, absolutely. From the update which we were just given, is Sachin has made a birdie on the par 5 15th, which moves him to 16th, and 15th is owned by Mr. Om Prakash Chauhan. He made an eagle yesterday on this hole. He's made an eagle today on this hole, which has given him outright lead again, and he sits again at alone at the top of the leaderboard, which means he is at 17 under par, and we have 2 people trailing him, Sachin and Sarthak.
I mean, this is where I think this is what Om Prakash Chauhan is best at. I'm glad he managed to control himself after those couple of misses in the at the start of the back nine on the 10th and the 13th. Now picking up a birdie on 14th, and then this, I think it is actually pretty solid. I mean, his record on the par 5 15, he has been phenomenal. He birdied it the first day, and he's got an eagle on the next 3 days. So that means he is 7 under for that one hole.
Yes, I think post this event, he'll buy a plot on that part, or he can actually sell that part, because he absolutely owns that hole. 7 under par in 4 attempts is something unheard of, and subject to daydreaming, I would rather suggest.
Aditya, I'm glad. I mean, Om Prakash has found his way back. When I said that scoring on par fives is so crucial in professional tournaments, and Om Prakash has actually proved it so well. He's actually 14 under for the par fours this week. He birdied the par five seventh on each of the 4 days. He picked up eagle on the last 3 days on the par 5 15, and he had a birdie on the first, and he also had three other birdies on the other two par 5s. So a total of 14 under. And I think that is phenomenal. Out of 17 under right now, his major scoring has come on the par 5s. And I think that is what separates him from the rest.
Yes, absolutely. Can't take away the way he's gone about going about his business, but quietly so. Another man who has made an eagle on the 15th hole, par 5, is Aman Raj. So between that group, they are three people playing that group, and they are a total of 5 under par for that one hole. So that speaks volume about how good and how important you need to be with your attempts on par fives. That eagle, with that very timely eagle by Prakash, would have put a bit of a dent in the people sitting at 15 under par, which is Kapil and Pukhraj, as they themselves have mounted a very good challenge. Kapil is bogey free for under par for his round, and
No, he had a bogey. He had a bogey right on the first Pukhraj. I mean, he's been bogey free after that.
no, I'm sorry, sir. I said Kapil. Kapil is bogey free for his round, 4 under
Okay.
par.
Yeah.
Kapil is 4 under par for his round. Pukhraj has had a pair of bogeys and on the 14th and the 5th and the first, but still beaming stretch of birdies of 7 birdies of himself has put him at 5 under par for the day, and he's tied fourth alongside Kapil. That seems to have a wavered off way off target. I think the line reading was not up to the mark what the player would have intended. Very strange to see a player
It's
of.
a very, very close battle. I mean, there's only just about 3 holes left, and there's any one of the third of the 3 or 4 people, or well, at least 3 people out there on the top. Just one shot separating Om Prakash Sarthak and Sachin. I mean, any of them could actually pull this off. Pukhraj, of course, also has a couple of holes left. He would fancy some chances for himself also. I mean, he would need to pick gains on both of the last 2 holes.
Well, he's definitely trending in the correct direction by making birdies on 15th and 16th. The 16th being a very tricky and the signature hole of the track, very crucial hole to pick up birdie upon. And that would breathe a sign of relief for Divyanshu after a very Aaron first putt, and but the second putt has made amends, so and that means he will not falter on the 17th hole and will walk off with a smooth par. 17 poses its realistic challenge, and walking off with a par on the 17th is an actually bit of an advantage, so to say. Very important time for this young man from Ludhiana, Pukhraj. Pukhraj would be looking to stay a course, and that is a bit of a false read from the expression what he suggested. He thought it's going to break left, right, but that right hand movement suggested that the ball broke the other way. So that could put a dent in his charge. The last thing what a professional golfer is looking at is an untimely bogey so close in the race. Smooth tap in for Mohammad Azhar, the Wooty-based Hyderabad golfer. Always very calm and composed under adverse conditions, and that's the way to go about it. Has a very calm, composed demeanor to himself. And another look at the 16th par 3, which is the signature hole of the Servo Indian Oil.
Good afternoon, viewers. Today we are joined by Mr. S.K. Das, CGM Technical, IOCL, AOD, Digboi. He's also a regular golfer here. So we'd like to ask him today something about this magnificent venue, the Digboi Golf Links, since he plays here regularly. Sir, tell us what are the standout features of this course? What makes this course really unique?
Yeah, actually, I've started playing golf after coming here, but yes, I'm trying to pick up the game. Because of the compulsion of the job itself, I may not be very often playing so well or so much time I'm devoting onto this game, but to the extent I have played here, I can say that the course is really something which poses a serious challenge to any golfer, because I'm picking up almost from the zero, or rather I have started picking up from that level. So I can say that this fairways are a bit difficult sometimes, not very easy to play on, and the greens are also, the curvatures sometimes they cannot be predicted very easily. You may look at them in a very simple way, or they may pose you with a look that it's very simple, but when you start playing on them, the movements are entirely different from what you actually guessed during your initial period. That is one. Walking through the terrain is also sometimes very challenging. If somebody is not kind of having the physical fitness that it desires, it's difficult to really cover the 18 holes in a day. So that's the kind of requirement that this course really requires. And apart from that, you know that this is located almost inside the Dihing Patkai forest range, so very frequently visited by the animals. Like I have seen elephants over here, and I have heard on the hole number 16, that's a serious challenging hole. I have seen many people faltering after playing fantastic game in other holes. So that's a very serious hole that I have seen really people facing difficulty in overcoming the challenges. And 16 I have heard probably it was getting a serious attention, regular attention of leopards in the past, but I have never really experienced in during my stay here. But yes, those are the things I think make this course unique, challenging, and for a game, challenge is everything, I believe. So once there is no challenge in the game, it loses its charm. Thank you.
Yes, those were the words of which can be explaining how to go about the business of maintaining a golf course and what all it requires, and very big insight on how much effort is required. So running and making ship a championship course ready for championship is not an easy feat, and a big shout out to the support staff who's tediously worked upon on such a massive piece of land and got it in pristine condition so that the players can enjoy and showcase how good and what level of talent do they oppose. And with an update is that both the playing partners are again tied together, which means Sachin Basoya has made a birdie on the signature hole 16th, putting himself in a tie of 17 under par with his close friend Om Prakash Chauhan. Very crucial chip coming up, and for Sarthak, as he has pumped this a little further than he would have wanted. Nonetheless, as long as he can get the flag stick to do exactly what he intends it and walks off with a par, he will still have an birdie putt coming up his way on hole number 18th per se, because I think he made a birdie on the 18th yesterday. No, he made a birdie on the 17th. 18th was a par. So, but still, very crucial, important par putt coming up because he cannot afford to drop a shot at this moment where there are two people sitting at top.
The 18th exactly is not Sarthak's favorite hole. If you remember, on the first day, he actually dropped a triple bogey on the 18th. So I'm sure he's going to be more than just careful. In the meantime, as in golf, the old saying is it's never over till it's over. So Sachin's not going anywhere. Om Prakash wants to hang on to his driver's seat while Sarthak Chibber, you know, for realizing how difficult it is to get over the line. He's been pretty close to it. He still has a chance. There's two more holes to go for him. He is only one short of the co-leaders, Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin Basoya.
Yes, absolutely. Both Sarthak and Sachin have pressed really hard. Both of them are respectively 6 under par and 5 under par with two holes to go, and they are making life difficult and tough for us, for Om Prakash to stay alone at the top of this leaderboard, as he is currently sharing the top spots with his playing partner Sachin Basoya.
It's been a fairly aggressive day, Aditya. A lot of eagles there. I mean, Sachin, Sarthak, Aman Raj, Vikrant Chopra, Rahil Kanchi, Mari Muthu, Uday and Mane, all of them accounted for at least an eagle each. So it's been, kind of the final day. Everyone wants to go all out and try and pick up as much as they can. And like here it is, one more shot.
Yes. If that's the birdie attempt from Kapil, that would move him an inch closer to being from tied fourth at 15 under par to move into a tie of third position alongside his playing partner Sarthak. I'm sure Sarthak would have had a very close Hawkeye view on the line and the break what that ball did, as he has himself left with a sizable par putt coming along on the 71st hole of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. That would be a big sign of relief for the young man, as that ball is found the bottom of the hole on hole number 17th.
I mean, each shot means so much in terms of players' confidence. We often think of a position, a place on the leaderboard, money in the bank, or order of merit or anything. But I think in the end, what actually it signifies more is the belief, the commitment, and the need and that what they call is the enthusiasm and belief that I can do it, I belong here, I am one of the best here. And every golfer, when he tees off on the first day, needs to believe in himself that he can win this tournament. Otherwise, as they say, no one plays to be second on the first day.
Yes, rightly said. As in how everybody sends in their entries for the professional any event, the goals are set towards beating each other up and outperforming yourself at the same time, and nobody is playing for seconds, especially not the people who are on your screens as of right now.
For that matter, any golfer, I'm sure, Aditya, when you tee up, I mean, you might actually, joke about what you do or miss putts or something like that. But I'm sure in the heart of hearts, when you tee up on the first day, you play only because you believe that you can actually hold that trophy on the last day. Last year, just a week before this, I mean, next week, I will be extremely fortunate enough to see Tiger Woods come back into action after 8 months, 7 months rather. And when he last played, at the Masters and before that, the Hero World Challenge. And, whenever he comes back from injury, I mean, the most oft asked question is, do you still believe that you can win? And his answer has been absolutely the same. He says, the day I don't believe that I can win, I won't tee up. And he showed that when in 2019 he won the Masters and the Zozo Championships after such a long break. He'd won the 2010 US Open, the 2008 US Open, and then to win again in 2019 at the Masters. I think that was a phenomenal, one of the greatest comebacks in sporting history, not just golf. And unless and until you believe in it. Now we have another player, Lucas Glover. I mean, for years and years he didn't win, and then he won twice in the FedEx Cup. And what I'm trying to say is that a golfer doesn't need just encouragement from everybody else, but he needs a belief in his own head and heart that he can actually hold the trophy on the final day at the 72nd green.
Yes, absolutely. And a similar kind of belief would be cruising through the veins of Kapil Kumar, as he is blemish free, 5 under par, and sitting at 16 under par for the week with one hole to go. Yes, belief. Without belief, there is no point of contenting or even sending your entries if you don't believe in clinching the title or your abilities to clinch the title. It might not be the case every time, week in, week out, as in life and in golf, there are setbacks, but there are not setbacks big enough for anybody, unless there are injuries, that they stop believing in themselves. Because anybody who's played professional golf at this magnitude is definitely capable of not only legitimately contending, but also lifting up the trophy. So here is a look at the current tight spot leader, which is Om Prakash. Om Prakash has hit that ball from a spot of bother on the second approach shot of his, but has ended up in a very secure, safe position. He's got less green to work with, but has enough room to make sure that he can make a par or even try to chip it in for a birdie. As on the other side of the spectrum, on the live feed too, Pukhraj is shaking hands with his playing partners, and what appeared could have been a birdie or
It was a long putt, and there was a smile on the face. I mean, maybe a realization of a good day's job done, but at the same time, he is actually he's had a. He may not be winning this week, but I think he has the potential to win, and he showed it in no uncertain manner this week. He's fought back every time he's actually dropped a shot. He dropped a shot on the 14th and the 17th, but he's actually done pretty well to stay in on there, hang in there. And I think a sixth place for this young man is a fairly creditable result. I'm sure all of us will hear much more about him. He is a good player, he is a solid player. So there's Azhar finishing off for the day. And now Bajaj, Divyanshu. And on live feed 1, we have Aman Raj. Now, Aditya, another striking thing about the Tata Steel PGTI Tour over the past few years has been the quality of golf. And here we see Divyanshu Bajaj finishing it off and sends the ball into the the small gallery out there. A big smile. Okay, fine. That's the job done for the week. It's been pretty cool. I mean, pretty nice. And I think Divyanshu Bajaj can actually be, kind of, he's held his own. I mean, of course, but for that double bogey that he dropped in between, I mean, he was going pretty nicely. I mean, that par putt at the finish. I think he's done a good job. Finished, I think he's going to finish in tied 12th, which is quite lucrative in these kind of events with such solid purses. I was just referring to the quality of golf. Each week the hits the stick and comes back. Sachin, how could you do that?
That can be.
But you know what? It's also probably good fortune. If the stick hadn't been there, the ball could have run off a few feet on the other side, and it could have been a very challenging putt on the return.
Absolutely. But the mind frame in which Sachin is and the expressions after that is suggesting only one thing, that he is utterly solely disappointed with that ball not finding the bottom of the hole. I don't think he was even bothered about the
But he can be
consequences.
proud. He had the line right. He putted pretty decently. So just to finish my thing on the quality of ball, the cuts are now being made at even par and under par. And not so long ago, maybe say 10 years ago, we used to have cuts at 4 and 5 and 6 over. So the quality of ball, the depth of fields is amazing. Oh my God. Om Prakash Chauhan, like Aditya sitting right next to me, is, kind of, holding his head in disappointment. How could it not go? It seemed perfect.
Yes, we both seem to have the same expressions, spat on the head and sprinkle in between the hair, and trying to baffle out how did that miss. But yes, both Sachin and Om Prakash have had very close looks at birdie on the 71st hole of the tournament. It's amazing how nerving it can be for both these professionals who are not only playing together but are friends at the same time. But I think the friendly nature of the game is right now out of the window. It's only.
But I'm sure still both of them wouldn't want to win because of another guy's mistake. They would rather grab a birdie and win rather than see the other one make a bogey and lose.
Absolutely, both are already prolific winners in in their own ways, and that's not the way anybody would want to clinch their titles. Everybody wants to earn it,
Absolutely.
and all these players have already done it before. So, and getting a trophy handed over to you by somebody's mistakes is not in the mindset of these professionals.
17 under. That's where Om Prakash Chauhan and Sachin Basoya are. Both of them are two-time winners this year. Om Prakash has got a total of 9 wins in his career. Sachin Basoya has won both his titles only this year. So he entered the winner's circle this season and is actually challenging Om Prakash Chauhan for the order of merit also, even though he's about 21 lakhs behind. Sachin finishes off that. Disappointed. He wanted that shot there. He thought he had it. It hit the stick and came back.
Yes, absolutely. Both are not leaving their one hands, which is on the trophy, and it's a matter of
That's a nice way of putting it. They both of them have got one hand each on the
yes,
trophy. Now they're trying to see which one's hand is tighter. The grip is tighter for which one, which guy.
absolutely. Interesting times for both of them and the spectators, and for us also in the combox of the AVP studios. Professional Golf Tour of India is heading in the right direction, and so are these two gentlemen heading towards outpipping either one of themselves and clinching the beautiful trophy of the Indian Oil Servo Masters Golf 2023.
They are on to the lead group, heads to the 18th tee, and the second group. There is Sarthak Chibber, desperately looking for a birdie. Desperately looking. I'm thinking this is the shot that's going to matter most for him. It's a par 4. He needs this. Now, it stayed away. So it's not going to be for Sarthak Chibber. He needed a birdie on that hole to get in a tie, get in a share for the lead with Chauhan and Basoya. Of course, but at 16 under, Sarthak Chibber will be the clubhouse leader. Of course, Kapil is also there with him. They are both at 16 under. I keep saying it's not over till it's over.
Yes, absolutely. That is very true. But at the second, either Kapil or Sarthak submit their scorecards, they will be the clubhouse leaders. But I fairly doubt it. And I absolutely would be conveying the same sentiments of my co-commentator that we do not see the lads sitting at 17 under par dropping a shot at all on the hole number 18th. If anything, one of them is trying to try and make a fair chance of birdie
Absolutely.
on the 18th hole.
In the meantime,
here's a look at what Akshay has in store for should be, could be, and he would be hoping to be his last stroke of the day. Not the case to be, but nonetheless, that last stroke of the day is a mere 1 footer left for par for the man, and his campaign comes to a halt.
I think Aman Raj dropped a shot there on the 17th. He was at 15 under, and a birdie could actually have pushed him a little up there and given him an outside chance of getting into a possible playoff. But it's not going to be. He dropped a shot on the 17th and gets to 14 under, drops to 14 under. And I think now at 3 shots behind, it will take nothing short of a miracle for him to get into a playoff. That's from 15 to 16. If he had gone and seen the leaders drop a shot, it was a possibility. But now, not even a 2-shot swing will get him in.
Absolutely, rather unfortunate to see somebody falter up so close to the gates of the summit, but it happens, and any professional, be it Aman Raj or anybody else, all they can do is take one on the chin and wake up tomorrow with the fighting spirits burning up and the candle lighting as strong as ever.
There's Sarthak Chibber finishing for the week. Very good result. 16 under. I think the young man's got a great future. I think we've just seen 2 absolutely wonderful young golfers, Sarthak Chibber and Pukhraj Singh Gill.
Is absolutely seeing Pukhraj up close and personal. This will only mount his conditions and his way of working about and going about the walks of life.
Is sky high after this week.
Yes, absolutely. And here's a look at the Pro Tracer technology for the 18th hole, seeing how different players elect to play the very similar track, which is the 18th hole, in their own manners. A very good use of the technology gets us sitting at the comforts of the com box, gets you at the comforts of your home to see how the players have sent their golf balls off the tee box on the various respective holes. Yes, absolutely. Now we have to see what is transpiring on the last hole of the day as Sachin Basoya, who's the tied leader with Om Prakash Chauhan, is ready to pull the trigger on his approach shot at the ever so picturesque par 4 18th. A lot is on the site, and he's tried to drill it a little low, and it landed right next to the flagstick, but ran a little bit further away and further way past the hole than he would have anticipated or liked. Nonetheless, he still has a putt for birdie coming up, fairly lengthy putt, and in the reply his column, we would want to see what his tied playing partner and tied leader at 17 under par, Om Prakash Chauhan, has to say about this. This could be a striking killer blow by either of them, but with that approach shot from Sachin, he has given a bit of a opening to Om Prakash to attack the flagstick and try and go through that opening and try and shut that door behind while he hits this approach shot. OP, on the other hand, has gone a little more higher and a little more aerial. So that ball came to a screeching halt very soon. But okay, so both of them are in and around the flagstick from different angles. So it is boiling down to the flat stick and who can putt better than either
That's it.
of them.
After 71 holes, they are still at each other's throat, literally, and it's down now to the last couple of shots. Meanwhile, just adding on to what Sarthak and Pukraj have achieved this week by their career best finishes on the PGTI, Kapil Kumar continues his, rise. I was just checking the track record and past records of Kapil also. He had three good top five finishes last season, and this season he's already gone better than that with four top finishes, four top five finishes or top 10 finishes, and this one will be the fifth. His best ever was a runner-up at Pune last year. So I think the man is trending, a young man is trending in the right direction. And I think he will also be fancying soon to break into the winner's circle. He is a shade older. He's a bit older than both the Sarthak and Pukhraj at 31. But Kapil is by no means a growing star. He's by no means, kind of a slouch. He's a growing star. And I'm sure you will soon see him in the winner's circle holding a trophy aloft, and of course also receiving that giant check along with money in the bank.
Absolutely. Now is the time to ask a very important question. Who is the better putter amongst the two leaders who are sitting at top of the leaderboard at 17 under par? And how much would they pay to buy the shot which was just struck by Aman Raj? Because Aman Raj has given himself a realistic birdie opportunity and is the closest of his playing partners. I think from the outset of it, it is Sachin who is further away and will be trying to emulate his heroics from the third round, where he found the bottom of the hole from a similar, fairly lengthy putt.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Sachin has had one birdie on the 18th, whereas Om Prakash has had none there. It was not to be. And he has left himself a little bit of a tense par putt.
You see, he definitely had the gallery going for him, as he has given it a fair bit of gas, so to say, and but the ball trickled away further away than he would have anticipated or liked. Now is the time for Om Prakash to strike the killer blow. He controls his destiny after 71 holes which have been played, and it all bottoms down to this one putt in the hands of this one singular individual. OP wearing his beautiful t-shirt which has his signatures on it. OP, in case somebody is wondering, those are not flowers. Yes, that is O and P standing on a singular leg, and it spells Om
Looks
Prakash
like a
Chauhan.
customized shirt.
Yes, it is.
All right, here is a putt to win.
Yes, the moment
Third
of
title of the season. Oh my God, he rolls it in. That was the sign of a champion. 72nd hole, had a rocky final day, and he delivers the putt when he needed most. He took his anger out on the putter more than once, but finally it was that flat stick which carried him through. A wonderful third win, and he now sets a new record for the maximum amount of earnings in a single season as he approaches the 1 crore mark, a monumental, a landmark, a big milestone in Indian golf. So Om Prakash Chauhan has more or less, come pretty close. I won't say it's done. It's a done deal, but I think he can start looking at the tickets for Europe next season. I mean, he's done an absolutely amazing job. That putt to win was awesome, and he knew that this was the one that he had to deliver. He did it. He nailed it. And Sachin, after a brave fight with two birdies on the 15 and 16, will finish second. A great effort still for Sachin. It's been a great season, but the man, the champion this week and for the season so far has been Om Prakash Chauhan. A 10th win for him on the PGTI career, a landmark. It is indeed getting into double digits in terms of the trophies that you have back home. That also is a huge, huge achievement. Hats off to Om Prakash Chauhan.
Yes, absolutely. And quietly squeezing in his birdie on the 18th was Aman Raj, and a very important putt for Sachin as well to keep second place for himself. So, with that birdie on the
That's
fifth,
friendship. Two
yeah,
great guys, two friends hugging each other. Fantastic competition.
yes, absolutely. OP, well deserved accolades, getting congratulations from the gallery and the few players and the sponsor also from the Indian Oil management. Cannot talk enough about what he has achieved over this current going
There is
season.
Kshitij Naved Kaul, a young man who obviously will draw a lot of inspiration from the kind of play OP has shown.
Yes, that crucial crunch putt on the 18th hole is stuff made of champions and stories and legends, and OP showcasing
Yeah,
why
you
he
get to
is
see it
there.
once more. Perfect. And there it is, the fist, the final exuberation of a job well done.
Yes, absolutely. We will soon have the results being posted up and on the board. But as you can see on your television screens, OP has cemented his third title and moved inch closer to breaking the roof of the 1 CR barrier of the season earnings in one given single season. OP should move close to about 96 lakhs after this win, and a mere 4 lakhs is what would stand in between him and the 1 CR barrier to be broken for the very first time on the elusive professional golf tour of India for the 2023 season.
We now have the final results. That birdie on the 18th seals the week for Om Prakash Chauhan at 4 under 68. With rounds of 67, 68, 67, 68, he finishes at 18 under 270 for a one-shot win over Sachin Basuya, who closed the week with a 67 but still fell one shot shy of Om Prakash Chauhan. He finishes at 17 under 271. Absolutely a fantastic ding-dong battle between two great friends, often roommates, and here they were at the Digboi golf links, battling it out for the top place, top honors, and two young men searching for their maiden wins, Kapil Kumar and Sarthak Chibber, finishing in a tie for the third place at 16 under. Kapil shot 69. Kapil shot 67 in the final round. Sarthak Chibber went one better with 66, but in the end they are tied together at 16 under. And Aman Raj, the man with a hat, he closed with a birdie while Om Prakash Chauhan was celebrating his 3 under 69. Third such round over the week sees him finish at 15 under and in the fifth place.
Yes, absolutely. Week has come to a halt, and it's time for the celebrations to begin for Om Prakash Chauhan. And as he has established himself as the title winner and still remains at the top of the order of merit for the season, and has even sizably increased the gap between his close friend and his closest competitor or pursuiter in terms of chasing him down or hunting him down in the order of merit for the race of being the number one player for the season. Well, here are a few highlights of how the tournament has gone by, and capping off his third win and seeing what all transpired during the course of the week and the course of today.
That win by Om Prakash Chauhan will increase his lead over Sachin Basoya from 21 to just a shade over 25 lakhs. That's quarter of a crore. And so Om Prakash Chauhan marching away to his maiden Order of Merit title. Along with this has been his third win of the season, taking his career tally to 10, and his total earnings now approach 100 lakhs, a crore rupees. Indeed, a lucrative time, a good time to be in Indian golf. 1 CR prize money with a fair amount of golf still left on the tour. 4 events with approximately 6 crores there?
7.
7
So
crores.
we still have to go for 7 CR. A lot can happen.
Prakash fancies a bit more.
The way he is going at the winning percentage rate and the totalities what he's achieved, what could seem to be the case is that he might further distance himself from his chasing pack, which is held by his close friend Sachin Soya. But a lot of golf is left, and you never know who emerges at the top. So stay tuned and stay in touch with the Professional Golf Tour of India on various portals, on Instagram handles. You can hashtag PGTI on the various portals of YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and always log into professionalgolftourofIndia.com and see where the tour is headed to your city, so that you can come out and enjoy and watch some stellar golf in your home courses. We will soon be headed towards the prize presentation, where this man on your screens, Om Prakash Chauhan, the current Order of Merit leader and this particular event's winner, will be lifting up the magnificent trophy of the IndianOil Servo Golf Masters 2023. At the outset of it, a big shout out to the course management for giving the players such warm welcomes and such warm and prolific conditions to play around. Because over the course of the last 2 days, we've seen how immaculately lush, vast area has been covered up, and it takes a toll on the stuff. And kudos to them, a big shout out and loud applause for giving them perfect conditions to play around.
So at the end of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023 in Digboi, with the prize purse of 80 lakhs, as Om Prakash Chauhan gets ready to pick up the trophy and the giant check. We have 4 more events still left on the schedule. Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational from the 29th of November to the 2nd of December at the DLF Golf Course in Gurugram with a purse of 2 crores. From the 7th to the 10th of December, SSP Chaurasia Invitation presented by Take Sports at the RCGC in Kolkata, his home course, with a purse of 1 crore available. And from 13th to the 16th of December, the action will shift to the Rambagh Club in Jaipur Open with a purse of again 1 crore. And finally, the big one, from the 21st of December to 24th of December, the Christmas Eve, the action will be at the it will be in the city of Jamshedpur, the sports city of Jamshedpur, for the Tata Steel Tour Championships, which has a whopping prize purse of 3 crores and makes him out water. So 4 events left with a total of 7 crores still on the table, and a whole lot of hungry golfers getting ready for it.
Yes, absolutely. We have 7 crores still to be achieved, targeted and taken away, as we have 4 tournaments left in the season ending race to the numero uno spot, which is currently being held by Om Prakash Chauhan. We will soon be taking you to the prize presentation ceremony, where we will have the winner being facilitated by the beautiful trophy of the IndianOil Servo Masters 2023. So stay tuned and let's see what he has to say about his 3rd title for the year and his 10th win overall in his career, and how he plans to prep up and gear up for the rest of the season.
We welcome you to the prize presentation ceremony of the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023. What an exciting week of golf we've had here at the 23rd edition of the Indian Oil Servo Masters at the picturesque Digboi Golf Links. We had 122 players competing this week, a record attendance here in Digboi. We had the cut going at even par 144, and we witnessed some outstanding performances by the likes of Om Prakash Chauhan, Sachin Besoya, Sukra Bahadur Rai, Rohan Dhole Patil, Aman Raj, Sarthak Chibbar, Kapil Kumar, Pukhraj Singh Gill, to name a few. But there can only be one winner, and at the end we had the most deserving champion. To begin proceedings, I'd like to invite the following gentlemen here for the prize presentation ceremony. Mr. Debajit Gogoi, ED and RH, Digboi Refinery. Can you please join us, sir? Mr. S.K. Das, CGM Technical, IOCL, AOD, Digboi. Mr. K. Basumatari, Organizing Secretary. And Mr. Sampat Chari, Tournament Director, PGTI. I'd now like to request Mr. Sampat Chari to begin proceedings by making the opening address.
Thank you, Nikhil. Ladies and gentlemen, ED sir, it's been an awesome tournament, and we told you that it would be. We would not disappoint you. Yeah, so like I said, it's been a great tournament. We did mention at the prize function the other day that, you know, anybody could win. Om Prakash was sitting right there. And he said that, you know, anybody who holds his nerves is going to win. That's exactly what happened. Fantastic round of golf by all the players. Anybody could have won. In the end, it was Om Prakash. But before that, our sincere thanks go out to, you know, the world-class lubricants manufacturer, Servo Masters, Indian Oil. Not only have they raised the prize money this year by another 5 lakhs, the prize money has gone up to 80 lakhs. And, you know, they are flying, and along with them, they're taking us along with them. It's been great, sir. It's been excellent. The golf course has been superb. I don't have to say anything about it. The captain and the committee, you know, they have left nothing unturned to give us the golf course in the way it is. We've had a referee, in fact, this week from the Asian Tour, one Mr. David Parkin, who's had loads of experience behind him running very, very big events, you know, like the President's Cup, the Open. And watching this golf course, he was just amazed. He said it's fabulous that, you know, that people in this part of the world are promoting professional golf. So once again, sir, thank you very much. We will live up to your expectations, and we just wait to come back here once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Debajit Gogoi to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar. Beautiful good afternoon to all of you. My senior colleague, Sri S.K. Das, Chief General Manager Technical, Sri Danjit Baishya, Organizing President in absentia, Mr. Sampat Chari, Tournament Director PGTI, Sri Kamal Basumatari, Organizing Secretary, representatives of Indian Oil Officers Association and AOC Labor Union, senior officials of Digboi Refinery present here, PGTI officials, golfers present here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, very good afternoon to all of you. It is with great pleasure and pride that I stand here before you as the patron of IndianOil Servo Masters Golf Tournament, the longest running tournament on the Indian professional circuit. This event stands as a testament to the harmony of skill, dedication, and the indomitable spirit that defines the world of golf. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who have showcased their prowess on this esteemed course. The IndianOil Servo Masters has not only been a platform for fierce competition, but also a celebration to the rich heritage and passion that golf instilled in its players. To the winners, your triumph today are a reflection of your unwavering commitment to the sport. Your skill, perseverance, and strategic prowess have been on full display, and we celebrate your achievement with great enthusiasm. As we honor the champions, let us also recognize the broader impact of this event. They serve as a source of inspiration for inspiring golfers, fostering a culture of sportsmanship, discipline, and dedication. In closing, I extend my gratitude to everyone involved in this organizing this spectacular tournament. Your hard work and meticulous planning have made this event not just a competition, but a celebration of the spirit of the golf. May the IndianOil Servo Masters continue to be a beacon of excellence in the world of golf, inspiring generations to come. Thank you all once again, and congratulations to all the participants and winners. Jai Hind, Jai IndianOil, Jai Digboi Refinery. Thank you.
A big thank you to IndianOil once again for their support and encouragement. I'd now request Mr. Debajit Gogoi to kindly present the 3 prizes that we are going to be giving away here. We start with the best performing amateur, and that was Arav D. Shah, 4 under 284, the only amateur to make the cut. Scores of 69, 75, 70 and 70. We'll now be presenting the prize to the runner-up, and the runner-up this week maintains his position in second place, also in the order of merit, the Tata Steel PGTI ranking. Sachin Besoya finished with a score of 17 under 271. The Delhi player shot scores of 66, 69, 69 and 67, and he took away a prize money check. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 8 lakh. It's now time to announce the grand prize, the winner for this week. It's his 3rd title this season, and he further stretches his lead, expands his lead in the Tata Steel PGTI ranking. He's already accumulated a record season's earnings on the PGTI, breaking the previous record, now over 96 lakhs in prize money just this season. Om Prakash Chauhan with a total of 18 under 270, scores of 67, 68, 67 and 68. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 12 lakh and the magnificent trophy. He originally belongs to Mau in Madhya Pradesh, now playing most of his golf in Ahmedabad at the Kalhar Blues and Greens. It's now time to hand over the replica trophy, which the champion will be carrying home. Finally, we'd like to hear from the winner. Time for the winner's speech.
Thanks to Indian Oil and most PGTI, Digboi Golf Club, and thanks a lot to Sampath sir, ED sir, thanks a lot to all the members. Thank you for my friends, Sachin, well played, hard luck partner, Nawab, Deepak, JP, Gagan, all of, thank you so much for everyone, thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was Om Prakash Chauhan dominating this season. Finally, we come to the end of the prize presentation, and before we wrap up, we'd like to thank Indian Oil for being such gracious hosts and for raising the prize money once again. Came as a surprise to us on the press conference day. It's now an 80 lakh event, and we would like to thank Indian Oil for that, and also the host venue, Digboi Golf Links, all the committee members, members of the club, co-staff, Ajay Barua and Amer, a special thanks to them, and our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Vedika Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABP Live for the fantastic live coverage, and Eurosport for showcasing this week's event also. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all next year.